Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue à Paris. Quel honneur, quel plaisir pour nous de vous accueillir ici pour cette dernière journée de compétition à la STC Arena. We've had 3 weeks of CS in Paris, last chance qualifier group stage, and it's already our last day here at the STC Arena before the grand finals. We have 2 Brazilian teams that are going to hit the stage today in the semi-finals. It's about to get epic.
It's about to get epic indeed. The crowd is electric with thousands of people cheering for their favorite teams. The Final Four are here and they're ready to move on to Championship Sunday at the Aqui Arena and to fight for the lion's share of $2 million on the line. It's going to be insane.
It's going to be amazing indeed. There is a clear crowd's favorite for this first match, as you can tell, but don't think that it's going to be easy because here at the EWC, nothing is granted and everything is earned. Alors j'ai une question pour vous. Paris, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? I think they're ready.
I think they're ready, and it's time to welcome our first semi-finalist at the Counter-Strike 2 at the Esports World Cup. Give it up for Furia! Nothing about the road through Paris has been easy. Twice they have been pushed all the way to a 3rd map, and twice they have looked their strongest when there are nowhere else to run. They have survived every test so far. No one more win puts Furia in the grand final.
And of course, Furia have the drums, but the youth and the passion also belong to foot. Esports! Ranked outside of the top 15 at the start of the tournament. They're unbeaten since the very first match of the group stage. They just swept Mouse to get here. Nobody expected this run, yet here they are, standing strong. Youth, they're powerful and proud as they're getting onto the stage at the STC Arena, ready for one of the biggest upsets in their career.
One has survived every test. The other has shattered every expectation. Now only one of them gets to play for the trophy. Paris, it's time. Make some noise!
Well, an electric atmosphere in here for semi-final Saturday. It's the new versus the old. The battle-hardened squad of Furia, helmed by veteran leadership who have been here, done that. Versus Foot, the cutting edge, the experimental, the guys on the come-up looking for glory.
Yeah, not just the youngest team in this event versus the oldest team in Furia, but a team that's only fielded 4 matches in front of a crowd as a roster. 2 of them since X-File joined here at EWC. A couple back at Pro League where they went on quite the run and took down Mouse. They did it again and again here in Paris to get to this point, semi-finals, and all on the line here for Foot versus a Furia who have had waning form. They've had ups, they've had downs, but you know what they do have? A safe haven to those finals yet again. Will they reach out and grab it, or is it an upset from underdogs that stops Furia in their tracks today? I think the veto is so exciting for this game because there were options open for both teams, especially Furia. Furia have been banning different maps depending on their opponent in this tournament. They've talked openly about their willingness to play Ancient, how they don't have a clear permaban. It was shaky in their first showing here at EWC, but they absolutely blew G2 out of the water in that quarter. So safe to say Furia are willing to play it again today. Insta-banning Anubis, handing it over to Foot, full well knowing this map would get picked. And Yakinda's even talked about being the in-game leader on this map, but the stress that comes with that, even though he has understanding, it's a very thankless and unforgiving role. And so he's going to have to be put to the test again against his plucky young squad with one of the hottest prospects in-game leading on the other side. That's Kobeni. This whole team has been a marvel to watch. The ex-Navi project, an academy squad, overtaking the main team in the rankings under this organization. So many cool stories for Foot, and that's before I talk about their latest addition, xFloud, now in this squad, putting up one hell of a tournament run.
Yeah, he's just been in fantastic form, right? Kind of waiting for that chance to get to prove himself, moves into this Foot team. You knew what he was capable of from other squads. Had even a brief stint in with the Turkish guys, thinking all the way back to Aurora, but he always kind of found his form in international teams. That's what made him stand out. That's what separated him from the pack, and he has slotted in real nicely. Something the Foot, they themselves have even said, you know, it's a pretty fresh-faced squad with his addition. They're kind of shocked at the progress and how quickly it's come. But I would say that's how we felt about Foot from the moment they exploded onto our screens. This was a team that did not go timid in these high-pressure environments. They didn't take the time to warm up. They were able to get out on stages and instantly leave an impression.
Yeah, punching up their whole career. And, you know, I can't call xFloud a prospect. We've seen him around the block, as you highlight, but I think he's in the perfect position in this young and hungry squad. It's his arguably best team yet, given the form of Foot and the recent run they've been on. And he's putting it as proof right now here in the server. He's going to have to in this semi-final. Thumbs up, fist bumps. We're getting ready.
All right then, Paris. Are we ready for a semi-final? Then let's get it on. It's ancient to get things going. Foot's picking this one. You talked about the veto coming into this and why it's so interesting. Sure, you've seen Furia willing to play this map. Played it a couple of times here in EWC, but this is a go-to for Foot. It's one they've got a lot of reps on. And so they're going to feel right at home on their map pick. This is a team that like to brawl. This is a team that like to fight. And so that's what Furia have to be ready for. This is looking like a fast and direct pistol round. Util getting lobbed in. Eyes set on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, full stacked, 4 here, even hiding in cubby. But that gets cleared instantly. Yuri decked. Molodoi only one. And through the smokes, they come, they fall. Furia obliterated on this B site. This is shades of the other day against Aurora, when Furia, even when they had players in the right place, they couldn't hold their sights. And so yet again, the 4-man stack falls to just 1 man. Keserato kitted up, suited and booted for this clutch. Not meant to be. Symmetry with 3. And Foot starts strong on their map.
I think one of the things that's made Foot so entertaining is just kind of the brand of Counter-Strike this team looks to play, right? It's very, very rare that you get a squad come along and kind of upset the apple cart in the way that they have, and they instantly kind of find a fan base. You're not super familiar with the players, you're not super familiar with their journeys, but you like the way they play. It's a very attention-grabbing squad.
And get familiar, because these guys aren't going anywhere. Some of the hottest prospects we have in Counter-Strike right now. You're going to see a lot more of this team. The question is, will you see them in a grand final tomorrow? Make control granted. Fury are going to get dealt a lot of situations they haven't seen before. But again, they hedge their bets in the right place.
There is this force to worry about, but you get that opener, you breathe a lot easier. xFloud with a follow-up. And so even though they go into the stack, it's no issue for Foot. Looking to grab their conversions by force. And a save called for Furia as this force buy goes nowhere. About how sharp these Foot individuals have been. the side of Furia, I'm keeping a watchful eye on Serato. Chance to have his highest rated event of the year. On pace to do so, and will have to show up today. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. Even just looking economically, right? The difference between winning this game and losing it. I mean, 4th place to 2nd place in this event is a 300k difference, or a 3x difference, sorry, from 100 to 300. So serious money on the line in a match like this, and for a young squad, will not be shying their, or turning their nose up at an opportunity to grab the gold.
Yeah, it's a really life-changing opportunity for the FUT guys, right? Not just a chance to be on the podium, hoisting a Tier 1 trophy, but seeing more money than maybe you've ever seen in your entire life.
Without a doubt. So FUT, they've been slow and steady in this T side so far. Just 2 executes on this B side. Trying to let the round breathe. Not looking flustered or panicky. It's Furia who make the gamble in this round. But for once, it might be misplaced. Holodoy has that mid-cross, and everybody else sits back in their sight.
FUT did the work for this early, right, with the back-to-back B hits. Furia are more than justified to be paranoid that another one's coming their way, as they're just hedging their bets. With these saved pistols, they lose Holodoy out towards middle, no contest.
That's it.
That should be the round falling cleanly into place for FUT. So a good run of rounds to get this semi-final going, and that's going to quell any nerves you might have had coming into this.
Oopsie. Oh man, that hurts. Bit too far here for Yakinda. Krabeni knows they're going to hunt him down, so support comes in. Don't want to give Furia AKs on this save, so fight for your life on the exits. Hughes will do exactly that. 3 kills, 3 alive, and 3 rounds here for FUT.
I'm thinking away, on this FUT run, there is kind of a bit of poeticness to the nature in which they've done it. Beating back against Maus, and when you think about that Maus team, that was a team that really embodied the grind of being a squad who had to grind their way through playoffs, had to come to terms with playing with the pressure. And when we talk about FUT, we say what made them so exciting was seemingly it didn't seem to affect them that much. This is, of course, the real test of that. But they beat them twice on their run to get here. Kind of the anti-Maus in a sense. I said again on another just direct B hit. They've got a lot of ground out towards the ramp side. This is the first rifle round for Furia. They're hoping for something a little more standard here, because you don't want this early swell of rounds going against you on a comfortable map for your opponent.
I love that they're willing to cancel there. They walk up ramp, smoke comes down, they bail, and then they get together, they get grouped, they get a flash in through this smoke and do it as a team. Entry comes in, but finally a favored hold for Furia. The lack of utility may come to haunt them. Util goes down, trying to smoke off this long position, stop Furia's progress, but Holodoy hits his shots. 2 nice ones off the orb, no cover there, and Krabeni comes up with a couple. Could he really do this on his own?
Don't count this guy out of it. Krabeni's got a string of great clips to his name. This is a guy, no stranger to having to make a difference all on his own. 2 kills deep on his way to the 1v4.
He knows Serato's here.
Oh, and there's the spot, Krabeni! Oh dear! 1 man left, Fallen catches him on the swing, and it takes the grizzled veteran of Furia to put him down. Captains clash. And round recovered. Very thin margins on that for Furia.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The 2 captains, Fallen with double the land maps played, double over the whole team of FUT. Able to bail his squad out from a very awkward round.
You could feel the nerves setting in, couldn't you?
Love to see Fallen play with some disrespect like that, straight through the Molotov. Doesn't let Krabeni get calm in that clutch. And they go back for it, this B site.
Oh, Yakinda forced out by the Util does well to get his 1. Can it be any more than that? He's getting wrapped on Temple side, so they will eventually flush him out of the round.
Let's go.
Furia feeling pressure, like they've got to make a move. It's the case Serato throwing caution to the wind. trying to give Foot a taste of their own medicine with these smoke pushes. There's a response. Still the advantage resides with Furia. You know that Foot are down a scrap. Silence sets in, they wait for this backstab. Fallen closing in, it's a little ugly, but he will convert. And Duke's low on health, it's no struggles for Fallen at the start of this semi.
Hey, if Fallen's going to carry you, you'll say thank you very much, Professor. He's had some great games here in Paris, has Fallen. Showed up massively in the playoffs when needed. Think of that Aurora match in particular.
Nice, Malik. Nice doing. Good shit, guys.
So Furia finally stemming the bleeding on these B hits. They were coming in pretty quick for Foot. Winnable positions, but one not. Now Furia get to redeem a freebie. No Kevlar here for Foot. Ooh. Spotted.
And again with this B-side charge, but the holds are starting to feel a little bit cleaner. I say that, Jukes comes through with a double.
Oh, that hit him.
They also hear that nade hit on 2K Serato. That stops his push. Jukes comes through.
Oh, dear.
Ammo lets him down, and again, Fallen trying to be the difference maker. Jukes has done a lot to put Krebeni in this clutch. But Molidoy hears the wrap round, and Molidoy's got his number. Captain iced out of another one of these clutch rounds. As Furia maintain composure in the early stages of Ancient.
Yeah, it's cheeky for Krebeni. You understand why he's running there as well, because Furia have been very heavy on their CT rotations. They haven't been flanking too much, pushing out into middle. It was the game the other day that we saw from Furia where they didn't really play for mid-control on the CT side. They were sitting behind red smoke, breaking it, trusting Fallen in Donut. It was scary at times for sure. But Furia are trying to find their comfort on this map, a map they have relatively little experience on. And right now, they're doing a great job. This is Foot's go-to, and they're even keel.
Just feeling
to move away from these B hits.
Yeah, just feeling like you've kind of concrete now shut that down is big. But here's a look at something different for Foot. Those nades find big damage out towards middle. Ready for a split. Fallen has been instrumental in every one of these rounds for Furia. Feeling a little boxed in over in mid. He's at least forced the respect out of Foot.
I don't think you're ready for him here, but he's still in a very dangerous position.
Krebeni needs to clear this. At bare minimum, going to have the trade, but you'd love just that clean opening. So he will provide it 5v4. Ollie forces him down into Serato, who is unable to capitalize. And mid ends in a stalemate. Foot just slink on back with the advantage.
It was meant to be your way to trade back. Serato just couldn't connect it. They're still making plays, Furia, walking through their own smoke. Yakinda, dangerous move. With that run back on B, Demon not ready for Yakinda in position. So 4v4 now, equalized, and Furia have realized where Foot are going.
Okay, Serato looking to make a play, and this is a guy who seems to know exactly what he's up against in this match. Cemetery 2 around the smoke. But again, it's another rough clutch. Low on HP now as it's down to the 1v1. And one single bullet from Yuri could have stopped that. Cemetery have one chance to lock it in. Finally, one of these clutches coming through for Foot in this brawl of a game.
And sure, Furia, yeah, you could argue it's misplayed. They're pushing through the smoke again, walking through, giving him those 1v1s. But that's how Furia have been playing in this CT side, keeping the pressure on, willing to beat Foot at their own game. Finally punished. Serato did it. Yakinda tries. He lives to regret it. Big 1v2 out of Symmetry early in this T side. A clutch going their way. What a shot on that final player as well. No room for error. Do like how aggressive Serato is playing in the CT side so far.
Oh! Let's go!
Might need to keep that up with money on the line here for Furia. Molidoy's AWP, but Yuri's pistol in the same round.
I think you can see just how uncomfortable all these rounds have been for kind of everyone involved. No one's super set up in terms of the money. So you're still looking for control over the early game here, really. Whoever gets it feels like they get all the spoils of war from just how close these first few rounds have been.
Love those triple nades. They did 150 damage when Furia put 3 players in middle. And it's going to kind of condition you to give up mid entirely. So Furia will do so in this round, limited util themselves. Through the donut smoke is cocky, but Furt, we know what they're like. Straight through with that flashbang, chasing Fallen down.
Yeah, and this time he's dead at the door. Rotates beginning here for Furia, but they need a kill soon to try and tip the scales. Molodoy will provide. Now that backstab getting activated. Yakindar seen on the wraparound.
It's a huge smoke. I feel like you might have to go through.
Smokes haven't really been working how they normally do in this semi-final. Everyone's been playing through them. Furia no exception. So they'll go take the donut space right back. Flat aware that a player's slipped the net. No. Low on HP here, does well to get out with one. Molodoy with a tag, suddenly throwing into this all on his lonesome.
You're not saving.
And they're on this line. They're ready to remove that AWP. It's big damage for Foot, round picked up, and money broken for Furia. Said that one of these squads was eventually gonna eke out an advantage in the early game, and that goes the way of Foot now with an eco looming for this CT side.
Loving the diversity of play here for Furt. Started with a lot of B hits. Now they condition Furia out of middle. Fearless going through their own smoking donut. And that puts them in a very nice position. 5v4 with a bomb down on A. Nothing Furia can do. And now look at Furt. Look how aware they are. They can just run out middle for the rest of this half. They've got full control with barely any util. Double smoke, cordons Furia out. One of the most important parts of the map. They can just sit back and relax, punish these pistols. Yakindar has to spam, but cave control taken, and Footer just edging closer to this 6th round. Ooh. We got your back. Beaming sharp shots. Symmetry on the saved AWP as well. Foot have everything going for them now. We've hit the tipping point. Furia in trouble.
Yeah, I think the onus really is going to be on Furia having to try and figure out what to do about mid. Right now, you feel like as the game's gone on, you've started to renege on more and more space on this CT side, and I don't think you can afford to do that versus Foot with how direct all of the approaches have been. If you're going to give up, all right, X-Cloud. You know, if you're going to give them that much room, of course they're going to take it. And that just leaves them more lethal when they do set their sights on a bomb site. They've got nades left. They've got util left. They're not having to expend as much for this mid control. You know, you either need to start finding some very well-timed pressure on the extremities, or you've got to do something about middle. That feels like the challenge in front of Furia right now.
The fear is, you could say, oh, they're starting triple mid to throw these nades. Yeah, but when they get mid, they can just climb up heaven instantly. So it's not like Foot are losing that much control from this early util. Out it goes again, Demolly. And execute to middle here for Foot. They look to take it on second timing. Going right through Furia's smoke. There's a flash from either team. Everybody's blind. So everybody concedes. Cave, a concern. Yakindar holding on. They flash them in. And everything from Foot, every repeat, every position to get cleared is set up with util. No lazy checks on this T side yet. Yakindar taking the round into his own hand, and he finds his kill.
And if one guy's going to have a great beat on how, you know, the minds of Foot might be whirring in these games, it's going to be Yakindar. Someone who's down to be hyper-aggressive, for better or for worse. Molodoy's all picks up another, and so this round, not panning out the way Foot wanted it to. They get that mid control, but they lose so many players out towards heaven. Now a pick from the AWP. It's a 2v5. Now, they've always made these kind of rounds interesting.
Yeah.
But split up here. Benny and Symmetry worlds apart. AWP misses, bomb lost. And so finally a round you might just have to write off entirely if you're Foot.
Word saving here in this position. See if kills come to you, but it's petered out. It's dried up here in the sun. Nice retake of middle there for Furia. Able to use it to take a kill and just get out of there. Molodoy is looking punishing though on this CT AWP. Chases down that last player, no saves here for Foot, and a timeout to squeeze these last couple of rounds out of their T side. Money is in a bad place, but when has that stopped Foot before? Looks like they want it all in. I mean, you can justify it. 3 AKs available. A couple of players will be left with less.
You talk about kind of the humble beginnings of Foot as an academy squad. That even extends to the man in behind them, Coolio. With them from their young years all the way to now in this Foot team.
You got to respect Coolio as well, right? Even this year, he took a map off Vitality as a player. Beat them on Dust 2 of all maps.
So I set on the A plate. Man, Yakindar's been super mobile. They've been used to fighting this guy over towards lane. He's been the cave aggressor, but now they see him in towards A main. They're not phased by it. They get rid of him right away. Now, nameplate Counter-Strike might make you a little bit nervous there, seeing Yakindar pushing on this side of the map. Furia do have multiple bodies in the bomb site. Well, Foot actually cool off here.
The kill feed doesn't. The double nade in main certainly will. You don't need to rush this one. Even if you still want that A site, let the round breathe and let Furia pull back. They know that they've given the info away as well. It goes both ways. So Furia have actually, if anything, over-rotated. Just fallen in position. And multi-kill is not easy here. That smoke will not be respected. Oh,
that's nice from Fallen. Can't quite make it a third, but you don't argue with the output, the chance that he's given Furia in this retake. One will go down. But you don't have all too much time to get comfortable here. They don't set up a single player out towards Donut. Instead, it's layers of bodies in the bomb site. Kerbeni dead right away.
Oh no.
It's plowed up on this boost next to challenge, and a clean retake bestowed upon Furia. They don't let Fallen's efforts be in vain. If he offers you kind of 2.5 on that site hold as the solo player, you're going to see it through to the very end.
Yeah, that post-plan's a bit choppy for Foot. Like, they're trusting their aim, they're playing unorthodox positions, but they're not really set up to trade any of their teammates. Symmetry doesn't re-swing off his mate up top early enough. And Furia are able to isolate 3 fights. Sure, if any of them go Foot's favor, suddenly it sets up the next position even better, but nothing comes up. And so Foot, who risked it all on that force buy, and now left with no AKs in the last round. Furious kick it back in.
Maybe we go back to a classic for Foot. This game started with a barrage of B hits. And maybe that's how the half ends as well, as Kerbeni catches this timing past Yakindar in the smoke, cave side. Yakindar coming back.
Saw him.
And he gets that spot. Tells Molidoy it's only a matter of time. Don't be open a cave. You've dealt with the lurch. Now it's just these bodies up ramp. Missed shot for Molidoy. Pistols closing in. Yakindar dead after a double. It will be a bomb plant here for Foot. They lose out on the ramp fight, and this site starts to feel very, very small. No control out towards long. Player in cave. You need a big double. You need something from this hold. Fallen's being asked to clutch again. Nade comes in, but can't quite finish the job. And it's awkward for both of them, but at least Demon's got that bomb to play around. Fallen's been a defining character here for Furia in all their rounds. It feels like he's had to put up multi-kills, had to deliver in clutches. Is this one a bridge too far? Gets the read, but shot missed, time running out. And so Foot will squeak an advantage past Furia on their map pick.
Yeah, all rounds, it's that one. It's with no AKs, with pistols and Galils, and just a punch on that B-bomb site, even with a missed long smoke. But Molidoy can't connect his shots on the orb. Nice to see young players outbrain Fallen in these clutches, finally, on that rotation round lane. So Foot sitting very pretty on the T side of their map pick. 7 rounds. Furia knew Ancient was a factor, knew it was inevitable, really. This is their 4th game on the map this year. And have to hope they've worked on their red smokes. My God, I've never seen so many misses as the other day. We'll keep an eye on it. T-side here for Furia. And a comeback to attempt.
All right, Demon with the spot. That pulls Kriveni back over with these dual Berettas. Second player ready to come through this smoke. Oh, it's a little rough for symmetry. Jugs, hold on. He's put intrigue back on this for Foot. What could have been a round that just spiraled out of control. Now hangs in the balance because Keisarato's wounded. Bomb lost out in no man's land. Yakindar's got to cross out into these crosshairs to go get it. Dink put down range, but he himself a little wounded. And you can feel how tense this one is. Bunch of low players for Furia.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Keisarato gets fancy with it. It was Jugs that kind of opened this whole pistol round up with his double. And 2 more bullets seal the fate. That would put Foot in one hell of a fighting position, running away with Ancient. It's Keisarato 3 kills deep. Waiting back cave side. They're hoping that Jugs kind of overthinks this.
He knows he has bomb. He knows they have to come to him.
He's not moving a muscle, is he? And so eventually Furia have to figure out how can they bring the fight to this guy. Swing for Keisarato, and that's exactly what it had to be. You didn't even get a millisecond to react. Just a thing of beauty, something to marvel at from Keisarato in this pistol round.
I mean, you said he was on to his top event. Certainly making a case for it with a round like that. Incredible format of Keisarato here in Paris. And Jugs, he plays it right. He lets him walk in. Keisarato is quick on the trigger. Foot force, no surprises there. Furia just go for the gut punch.
They hold for this aggression. Said early on, it feels like Furia have a very good knowledge of what they're up against, how this Foot team like to play. That early hold in the default nets them that first wave of kills. It's given them room for the bomb plant. But let's not kid ourselves into saying they look super healthy here. Everyone is low as this bomb gets planted. But Jugs, he doesn't know just how winnable this round is.
No. All this wall banging, all these nades. I like that for Fury though. They throw the XQB and they don't rush off of it. They just let Foot push down the ramp, seeing if they can tempt them in. Foot are hoping to get multiple players close on the ramp. Instead, they're waiting back at door. I think that door smoke from Foot gave Fury an idea of what they were up against. And so a lot of B stacks, a lot of B hits, and more success on this T side put Fury even. Lead about to be taken now. An impressive showing here from Furia on an underplayed map.
More of this aggression, but Yuri hears all of this. And so Furia with a very clear picture as to what happened in this round. Not gonna stumble at the pistol push. Gotta say, feels relieving that Yakindar's bringing his A game.
Yeah.
Had just a string of opening kills, been hyper involved. Really tried to beat Foot at their own game.
So Talks of sickness earlier on in the tournament for Yakinda, something that Furia I feel like always get the worst hand of, and I feel like we saw that in Yakinda's performance against Aurora. But his team had his back to get him through that game. Now Furia eyeing up a grand final. Oh,
I mean, that was nice.
But I don't know if it will lead to anything. K-Serato here's his last player running.
Benny's always down to give him a look in. Always down to give him a go, but K-Serato just sitting there with the power of information, and it's a powerful thing indeed. Knew the move before Krebeni even made it. And so lead taken for Furia on the back of these conversions. Now the guns come out again for Foot, but you really want to make an impression straight away.
And now you're wondering if Foot, like, what are these B-holds going to look like? Because we've only seen pretty aggressive rounds for them in these first couple. Furia are going to be holding for this. Shouldn't be able to get away with it for free. Foot go for mid-control. Furia go with pace, and they get blown to smithereens. K-Serato nades stack on his position, and even Symmetry follows up, so Furia already in the mud.
Just hemorrhaged a bunch of players right off the rip in this round, haven't they? And it's two very pivotal pieces gone from the round. You would love K-Serato as a closer, you would love Yakinda as an opener, but they're sat on the sidelines now. Molidoy up and over on that boost, just gets thrown into a double peak. And now you get blocked.
Failure to launch. Honestly, you should be seeing a save here if they can get away with it. Yuri can drop 2 AKs over. It could be a full buy next round, but if they lose another player here, it's going to be a very difficult call. Furia will likely just be forcing. So nice holds across the map. Nade stack is perfectly placed. Symmetry's Orb finding a lot of impact early in this CT side. Is a requirement for Foot to stabilize. "30 seconds and the boos give it up." I don't think Foot want to risk their own money though at this point.
No, at first on this CT side, you got to just think about kind of, sorting out your own state of affairs. Worry about yourself, not about Furia yet. That can come later. And so a 5 alive round found super cleanly on the back of nice util out towards mid. Keen reactions in response to the A play, and Symmetry's Orb immediately leaving a mark. You take the clean rounds when you can get them, especially with the money of Furia being in a imperfect spot, let's say. They're ripe for a reset here.
The Triple HE could have had a couple of these in this game on CT and T side. That really sends a message, doesn't it?
It's something that you like as well, because Foot, they are very aggressive, but it's not chaotic. There's a lot of method to the madness, right? They're down to fight you, but they've got the util to back that up. Everything they do is very intentional. This is now both halves. They've used those triple nades in mid to just devastating effect, kind of remove options from the playbook of Furia. For a team that have only taken to this map recently, that's a big problem. And so Furia really try and take the pace out of this round, out of this game. Until now, you can say that they've met Foot in the middle. They've been willing to scrap. They've been willing to match them pound for pound in the firepower. This is where you want to show you have the keener brain for the game.
We have a lot of thinkers on this team. But who's calling the shots on this T side still remains to be seen. Yakinda speaking right now. Furia with 40 seconds have a decision to make. They are eyeing up both bomb sites at the same time. Symmetry's Orb in a very viable position. They're going to need to knock him off the line. Good flash pushes him back. He's getting stuck on the wall as well. Molidoy is still lurking with an Orb, but the bomb is in fact going back. Have Foot realized this one?
Look at this rotate.
They're not buying
They
it.
actually abandoned the double A stack. Sure, they pull an extra player back now, but they've not fought this for even a second. A little awkward here. Play up through the ramp, and why would Krabeni be there? That's what you're asking yourself. Why is he here?
Running and shooting. Unstoppable. Fallen's not getting out of this one easy. And Foot, they read it. I don't know how, I don't know why. But Foot called Furia's bluff in what looked like a really nice fake. Pushing the AWP back, 2 players donut, is that not enough to get Furia out of position? Apparently not.
Especially with how kind of weird all those fights end up being. Everything's a bit protracted, everything's a bit drawn out. You are actually losing players over towards it. I think it would have been so easy to rotate out way earlier there if you're Foot. Wow. But not only did they not jump down on those rotations, they actually, like you say, called the bluff. They brought more players over towards B.
Yeah, and this is when you talk about the experience for Foot, the lack of it, right? Crowd games, it's their 5th ever. And they don't seem like they're nervous. They don't seem worried at all, making the right calls and backing it up with the shots. 2 versus 4, P250 and a Glock going nowhere. Demon's in a bit of hot spot of bother. Yakinda will overrun him. This shouldn't amount to much, you'd like to think. Smoke comes down, bomb plant as well. But flanking very fast.
Yeah, and it is that backstab that's giving you so much faith here. xCloud just the insurance policy.
Hello.
Bomb plant denied. Can't quite follow up on Yakinda, but at 2 HP, anything could finish him off here. Stray bullet, nade. USP clips him. That's Yakinda's round over. It's more costly than Foot would have liked. That goes
round.
without saying. But it's a round nonetheless, all building in the right direction. This is where those decisions earlier in the half to try and prioritize keeping 5 players alive whenever they could start to pay dividends, right? Even though that one is more expensive than you would like, the alarm bells aren't ringing yet for Foot. Fury has summoned another timeout. They want to speak to Sid here ahead of this one.
Yeah, got to dig deep because, sure, Fury converted the pistol. That's why this game is close, but otherwise, Foot have struck 3 rounds on the board in a row. So Furia swing and miss in this one. You're out of money against Matt Point. Tough spot to be in here for Furia, who I actually have liked what they've been doing. I just think Foot have such a great understanding of the map and have not been panicking in any of these moments. Missed elbow smoke here for Foot. Not going to be the end of the world, and it might even, in fact, be on purpose because Symmetry's holding that line anyway. He gets pre-smoked, can't burn him out of this position, but they still flush a player. Symmetry's now in trouble. No support because they're all falling. Oh. No scope for Symmetry. Can he shoot his way out of this box?
Yeah, he's just got to do that a bunch more times, and once already feels like a hell of a streak of luck. Symmetry dead, and that mid-hold crumbles.
Molodoi is here. Bring that bomb in, boys. Foot aren't making it past this door.
I gotta say, it will be impressive if Fury are able to long this out, because I do think a lot of the game plan has been trying to almost beat Foot at their own game, be just as brawly, just as aggressive. Sure, it's been them. If there was a team to kind of take the pace out of any of these moments, that has been Furia. But for the most part, they've met Foot every step of the way. And I think that the danger there is, you know, you're kind of leaning into Foot's strengths. You're giving them their most comfortable state of affairs here on the map. So it'll be a testament to Furia if they're able to pull through doing that.
Also, it really makes the series difficult for Foot because Nuke's up next, and it's a map that Foot have really been struggling on. In fact, the next 2 have been difficult for them. So Furia finding success here sets them up for the 2-0. 7 loss streak on Nuke for Foot. The only map they lost in that BO5 trophy back in Bucharest. So Foot really need to finish what they've started here. Fury have been given a second chance. Going to take it again, straight out middle. Queserato, fearless, right through the smokes, but they do the same. Jukes punishes. Fury just pounds.
Smokes have been meaningless here in this one. That's a USP kill for Demon. Not really meant to cause you many problems, and so they're glad they get rid of him. Still, there's this backstab arriving. Just look at how fast all these rounds are playing. You know, we're seconds into this, it feels like, and Krebeni's already on for a backstab. Of course, Fallen's ready for it. Xcloud with a spam. This is chaos incarnate. Yakinda out towards long. It's for a brief moment. Feels like some normality restored to this round. Things slow. Fallen buying a few more seconds as he comes in on this backstab. They don't know where he's gotten to. There he is, making his presence known. Another big round from Fallen, putting up 3. Furia on his back.
I wonder what happened on B. Was that Demon like spamming his mag, and that's why Furia went for the push? Because they caught him with his pistol out. Sure, he gets a kill, but he had a rifle on his back then. So maybe Furia just sees the moment, sees the opportunity of the anchor spamming his bullets. Fallen, another massive multi-kill. Puts it back on the board, breaks the money a foot again. And Foot get plunged into misery here late in the game. Another timeout from Coolio. And can they keep their heads cool is the question. Because this is your biggest threat yet. 10-10 and an eco round with just a hero gun. And I love how Furia just never shied away from middle in this T side. Even after K-Serata got triple naded, they're still going for it. Sure, the timings are changing, sometimes going a little bit later. But mid-control, when they want it, has been theirs.
No, it has been really, really fun watching K-Serata kind of embrace the challenge. Looking at this game and going, all right, we're pushing smokes, are we? I'm down. I mean, it feels like it's doing him a world of good. 21 and 15. Matching anything that Foot can bring to the table.
So many bluffs called in this game about stacks. Furia just go right into B off the rip. This would be the perfect round to stack B. But Furia avoid it entirely.
These
nobody home.
Lightning rounds. Again, feels like it just started and it may already be over. You've got a bomb plant here, site conceded. Only pistols for Foot, so if you give them too much to get interested here, they're going to come swarming, they're going to come hunting. They lose Molodoy out in the open. Yuri's at least kept things going with this kill out from the cave on that nade. Now 2 players here to play around that bomb. M4 still in the picture. He's going to have cover on this cave position, and they lose Jukes. Very tricky round now, just getting toyed with, picked apart in that cave hold. Furia move into the lead.
Never seen so many spam kills in a game of Ancient, right? This wallbang just abusing both teams.
This is just adrenaline in a Counter-Strike match.
Yeah. You need those timeouts just to catch your breath. These rounds are flying by. And Foot, will they really fall at the final hour here on Ancient, their map pick? Furia, 2 wins at EWC here on Ancient already, looking to add a 3rd to the tally, looking to expand their map pool. They've got the B site already. Krebeni knows, spamming the wood again. With that lurk smoke down, Yuri just sits in place. They're already trying to retake from the lane. It works. On this smoke fade, maybe Yuri can get something done. In fact, he needs to.
The pace of just all these rounds is absurd. Everything's so scaled up. Everything's so scaled forward. They're ready for Yuri. They swing out from the cave side. Krebeni gone. Fallen breaks through.
Take that bomb. I'm pushing in.
So they take this long control. That puts him in a very powerful position. The Foot are aware of this. 4 nades pulled on Xcloud. See him fed to Fallen on that line. And now they entrust Molodoy in the clutch. Not an AWP in sight. This hasn't been the game for him. It's been so pacey. You've been dependent on rifles to get the job done. Does Molodoy have it in him? Tap on that bomb. Edging out around the smoke. Spam connects. Clutch denied. Foot tie this up. In an opening map of this semi-final that is now set to go the distance.
And there's a tough call to make here for Furia. A mixed bag of money. Drops available. But this will be lacking if you want to put your entire map on the line. Furia call a timeout. Seems like they're interested. They go ban for ban at the end of Ancient.
And a decision like this is not one to be taken lightly, right? This shapes everything. The last 40 minutes all come down to this force buy now for Furia. They've put the entire map on this decision. And it is an all or nothing move. This is a game that is played at the most ludicrous tempo. Do you leave it to a fast round with your force? Because if you come up short, that is Foot with everything to play for. Likewise, you break through, their money's gone. Furia are the favorites. It all comes down to this force buy.
Oh, great deep nade as well. They know Furia want the late mid retake and they go for it through this smoke. Counter flashes, land in your face. Double kill from this CT side, make it a hat trick. As Furia get the door slammed shut in their face. A perfect storm here for Foot. Mundo tries as he might. Gives room to Fallen. Fallen takes a curious routing, but it's one that's going to get given away by that utility. They're double flanking. Foot stay active here in the downtime. Fallen checks his back. Low health though. No shots. And an ace clutch needed for the young man, but Krabeni shows him the door. Foot pound Furia's money into the ground.
And you see Furia looking dismayed on the cameras. They know they just risked this entire map on that purchase. And I feel like they barely even made a dent. It did not leave an impression. Foot are getting fired up as Ancient looks to go their way. It's one more swing for the fences on a Tech 9 force.
My God, you're
more
serious?
aggression, sending it down into the lane. Lose that opening fight. Is that going to make them back down?
Such a risky move, and there's more where that came from. Yakinda is punished. They know Cave Play is dead. They thought they had the gap. Demon replenishes it, full stack. This game ends where it all began, on that B-bomb site. And X-Fire once more. Is this a risk that might come back to haunt you? Foot have been giving Furia guns, and so they'll pick them up. They'll put them to use. Demon holds the cave, and just like that, plunged into darkness. Furia fall to Foot on Ancients. Shut down in the final couple of rounds. Furia took a risk today, and it does not pay off. Foot win their go-to, setting themselves up in this must-win semi-final.
Yeah, it's a type of Counter-Strike that wakes you up. It's the type of Counter-Strike that keeps you on the edge of your seat. And it's one where Foot feel right at home. Furia try and outclass them and meet them halfway. Only for Foot to seal it all, seal the deal on that win with Furia's force buy decision. Now they're a map up. Now they're a map away from a grand final. And for Furia, they've got to hope salvation can be found on their pick of Nuke up next.
What a way to kick off the semifinals. Dupree, we knew this was going to be good, but you said it was extra special for one reason. The map pool has been spicy so far for Furia at EWC. For the third time, they've allowed Ancient through. For the first time, it's bit them in the ass.
Yeah, and that's what brings the attention to it, right? It's been Furia's permanent for more than 2 years, and this is the third time they have to allow Ancient to come through, or at least allow it to be played. And in this specific matchup, maybe it's a little bit more tricky, since that if they don't ban out Ancient, they will play a Furia and vice versa. So in that sense, it's obviously come to a point where I start thinking, is Furia trying to work out what is their new permaban, or is Furia trying to just implement and show that they can actually play Ancient? Right now it seems like they're working on, in my books, looking to work on a 7-map pool, which is very difficult to do at the very highest level of Counter-Strike. But as you can tell, against Aurora, it kind of makes sense that the Turkish core haven't really played the map too much, and it's always been all those gimmick picks when they play the Vitality. Then you go up against G2, you also have to have Ancient in that map pool, and now you look against Foot, and Foot is by no means a bad Ancient team, but you didn't feel like playing Anubis, so Ancient was your go-to, and they made it very competitive. So it looks like a map that Fury has looked to be actually playing to make it more competitive. And Jacob, what's your thoughts in this one?
Yeah, just to give it a bit of context, you know, a couple of months ago, Fallen announced that he was going to retire by the end of the year at the second major. So I think ever since, you know, they've been trying to figure out, okay, so what is the future of Fury going to look like? And one thing we have learned, you know, as of recently is the fact that they're trying to integrate Yakinda in as a new in-game leader. And with that, maybe also a new map in the map pool. So I think this is a direct consequence of the fact that they're toying with the idea that Yakinda could transition into becoming the main in-game leader for Fury, by then also updating the map pool.
You and Yanko were talking about it. It's 4D chess from Fallen. He's been doing it his whole career in Dupree. For all the fans, what this loss for Fury means is we hope they win their next map, and then we get to game 3, because if so, that will be Fallen's 1400th LAN match. What a ridiculous career accomplishment. That's like ultimate rushing yards or passing yards for my American friends.
It's absolutely crazy, right? It just shows how long Fallen has been doing this one. And the fact that Fury almost won this one out shows that they can still play Ancient at a high level, right? But for the other side, Foot needed to win this one to actually have a chance now, because I was going to be very worried for the likes of Foot if they couldn't actually win this one, because then, you know, Nuke has not been looking good for Foot. There's a lot of Fs in this one, so.
Yep. All good. Pimp, I do want to get to your round because we're running out of halftime time, so let's get into it. This is round 8. This was a back-and-forth battle the entire way through. What did you see here?
Yeah, I think we owe it to the viewers to give credit to Foot, you know, and showcase why and how they play good Counter-Strike on Ancient. They do it very simple. Take mid-control right here, a couple of pieces of utility, smoke off mid-doors, and then they walk straight into Donut. And what people at home have to pay attention to is the clock right now. We are only 20 seconds into the round. You go in towards Donut, you isolate Fallen all by himself, he gets taken down, and then they have control over the A-bomb side 35 seconds into the round. It's very efficient, it's very fast, it's very aggressive Counter-Strike, and it works out for Foot. It applied a lot of pressure on towards Fury, even though they're able to, you know, fight their way back into this round and make it somewhat competitive. It's a very tough bomb site to retake. So in terms of why did Foot end up winning on Ancient, well, it was this simplistic but very effective way of approaching the rounds. In your face, fast-paced, and it worked out.
Strong IGLing throughout as well on both sides. Let's take a look at one of your plays. Dupree, what did you carve out for me?
It's what we also talked about, is the whole Fallen Krabeni kind of thing, where it's very two different play styles. And you can tell by the fact that this is the last round of the first half. And you do see Krabeni here, he actually decides to go through the smoke to try and catch the timing. Actually finds this timing. He's, you know, he wants to put himself in these kind of situations where he controls the round. But Yakinda just spots his ass walking through into cave and actively go and clears him out. And that's just the round before Yakinda went through. These rounds is all about done when we hit the 1 minute mark. You can tell how fast these rounds are just played out. You can tell if there's not a smoke or anything to stop our Foot, they just keep going. And at this point, you know, you can also tell that the Fury players, they've already established their control mid. They have this insane fast flank coming in from the B ramp where they want to try and take it back into their own favor. And at this point, you know, the round's not just, it's not about brain power, it's not about isolating fighter, it's just pure firepower. And you know, Fallen almost gets taken down by this nade, and then we get into a 1v1 where D1 has actually caught the flank from cave, walking all the way back to ramp, and then gets this very important frag to secure his team and lead moving into the second half.
Demon and X-Cloud, definitely players to watch. Kinder having an incredible series throughout this tournament, we've seen actually. And let's take a look at some of the numbers from these two stars, because we mentioned if you're looking for a star on Foot, it might be X-Cloud. He joined us in the booth yesterday, great personality as well. And Yakinda, he is not only having to frag out, he may be doing that second-hand IGLing, as Pimp mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. And he's vital when we move into Nuke, which is the second map in this series. Yakinda is going to be all over the place, involved in the opening duels, involved in the opening of the rounds. And one player that needs to shut him down on the other side would be X-Cloud. And so far, he's having arguably the best tournament of his career.
Let's take a look at X-Cloud's highlights from this one. Shout out to our production team behind the scenes. They have been killing it for 7 weeks here on the STC Arena. Tomorrow, we make it to the A-Core. Can X-Cloud make it to the A-Core?
Well, he definitely can. I mean, the way they're leading the series right now, but also the way that they're playing as a team, it's just so good to see that a young guy comes into the team, getting implemented so well, but also just stays true to what his strength is, and also plays to the strength of the team of this, never letting go of the WQ, always putting in that pressure and creating space for the rest of the team. He's been instrumental to the victory and moving it so far into the tournament, and you can tell he's having a good time, right? It's also like for him to have this kind of redemption, getting into a team that can take it a little bit further than where he has been in his career. Good to see overall, and you know, very proud of what he's doing so far.
Pimp, this is the most full. We have seen this crowd since week 0. It is insane. The bleachers are packed. Do you think the fans are showing up despite the fact that all our French teams are gone?
Yeah, they will. You know, they love a bit of a good Counter-Strike, and who doesn't love this environment? Who doesn't love to be part of something this big? So I think they will, but that's also where the pressure mounts now on Foot. They're very well aware that they're one map away from what would be the biggest final of their careers. To do that in front of this crowd, to do it against Furia, this is now when you have to consider, you know, whether or not they're going to stop playing. You know, sometimes we have this saying in Counter-Strike that you play not to lose. Yeah, it cannot be the case for Foot right here. They need to continue to play their brand of Counter-Strike, aggressive, simple, and in your face.
Dupree, I want to take a look at one other player from Foot. We, of course, mentioned his teammates, but what is Symmetry doing for his squad?
I think Symmetry is maybe sometimes the guy that we expect a little bit more of, right? I think he's still one of the biggest talent that's coming up, and he's also done some good work for Foot. But it's always the talking points about the rifles, because they play so fast that it sometimes can feel that he's having struggles trying to get that impact that we know an Auburn can get, right? But he's had a good showing so far, and if I'm not mistaken, he was probably the 4th best player coming into the playoffs in this game, specifically for Foot. So it's a good time for him to step up. It's a good time for him to try and find that impact, and we can see that he gets that both done with the AWP, but also gets done with the AK. So he's definitely a guy to be looking out for, also moving forward into the series.
Speaking of moving forward into the series, let's take a look at what has happened so far for Symmetry, and then, of course, what we have in front of us. Pimp, run me through the numbers. Have you been impressed by this young star?
Been very impressed, you know. He's been up until this point a little bit lackluster, maybe portrayed as the weak link within this lineup, but so far in this tournament, he stepped it up a notch, and he's a big part of the reason why Foot find himself in a position now where they're just one map away from guaranteeing themselves a spot at the grand final.
And someone was asking me, what does that round swing percentage mean? It seems like such a small fraction. Is it a big impact? Should we be diving in deeper onto that number?
Well, obviously, round swings is where you have like the impact of making the round swing in the favor of your team, right? Is getting like a double kill if you're in a disadvantage, or getting multi-kills whenever it's needed. So that's really what it pays into, and that's why sometimes the scoreboard can be a little bit misleading. Like sometimes you can have a guy that has like a ton of frags, but maybe just racking up their ecos and maybe not having the biggest of impact. So round swing is always important to look out. It's probably one of those stats to showcase how much impact you've had.
You know, it's all about racking up the ecos back in his career.
I was going to say, he was explaining the keys of min-maxing. There's very few esports that we are at this level. Dupree, he knows this one the best. Let's take a look at our match future, though. We've got 2 more maps in my book. We will see that 1400th map from Fallen on Dust 2. The question is, how do they get it done on Nuke?
I think it has to come down to Yakinda having a strong map together with Molodoi. You know, the 2 playmakers of Furia. Yakinda, he's going to be involved early on in the rounds. He's going to be aggressive in towards Yard, both on the T side and CT side. And then Molodoi have to be the, I guess, secure element that can close out the rounds with the AWP. I'm looking towards those 2 players to make huge impact.
And it's also very important to note that that Foot have not picked up a win in the last 3 months in this map. So it is a map where Furia will be the heavy favorite. So you have to be looking out for that one. And that's why it was so important that Foot closed out Ancient.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for locking in. It is the semifinals, the last day here in the STC Arena at EWC.
I'm coming Gaben.
Join close someone or push ramp
I will
together.
join ramp, yes. I'm climbing ramp close.
Yes.
I'm coming ramp also close. Yes.
Vietnam 2.
He door 1 HP. He door 1 HP 1.
2 Vietnam. And
I will
4.
still
3B guys.
pick him,
3B.
Coming close. Flash. Seek picking 2. One more low. Nice! Hello! Let's go!
It is coming down to the absolute wire between Falcons and AJL, and of course Trackmania is one of the games where this is very much happening. So Chris, latest update right now, because I just heard it's big.
Honestly, it's been absolutely ridiculous. I'm just running around, reports with everybody because it's all going down. AJL had Binks, who was in the tournament, did not go through, as we were just chatting about beforehand. He was probably the favorite for AJL, but they also have another player in Gwen, who has a lot of history in Trackmania. what a performance. He manages to make it through. He's into the semi-finals, into the CC points. They're closing that gap. They are not far away now from catching up to Falcons. Obviously, there's so much going on all the stages right now, but it feels like it's going to be Trackmania where things are decided. Up next is a group that doesn't really have any consequences for us in the CC side of things, but the final group is where we see Carl Jr. and Falcons try to get through those semi-finals, which we think, all right, he's the goat of Trackmania. That's what you expect to happen. He'll get on through. No, his group is stacked. I don't know how the scriptwriters did this, but the group that they're in, it's Carl Jr., of course, our GOAT. You got Pac in there, who won the most recent event in DreamHack Birmingham, probably the second favorite for the tournament. He plays for Vitality. Could be some good points for them. But the big one for me, realistically, is Neon in that group. He was a kid that broke the world record like 5 times in a row the other day to get through to these quarterfinals. Kid's an absolute phenom. They're all in the same group. Only 2 make it out. You never know.
You know what? I'm going to say you're doing a great job hyping this up. AJL is so far locked into semifinals. Falcons, we're going to find that out later. And of course, when we do, we'll let you know.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Important game happening today for Furia in the semifinals here for CS2. But in general, there is a lot going on outside of just this competition. So Jamie joining me from Furia to give us an insight into the club championship points specifically and the running of the organization. This year, you got second in Rainbow Six Siege. You're now already in the semifinals. How would you say your performance has been at EWC this year?
Yeah, it was very good. We are expecting to get at least top 10, top 12. Of course, we got some bad results in other game titles, but we are very excited about CS2, and we believe we could be the champion here.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to have to come back to the predictions, but I want to talk about the future as well, because last year for EWC 2025, you didn't qualify for any of the prize money when it comes to club championships. Now you're already sitting on 18th, you know, maybe with the win, you go all the way up. So what does next year look like? Is there expansion coming?
Yeah, for sure. I believe EWC is a very hard competition for every club. Even though when we have several game titles competing in the tournament, we see random results in some games. So, but for the next year, we believe that Fury will come back stronger, more rosters, and compete in the top 10 for sure.
I'm loving the confidence, and I need you to hold on to that because the next question is the important one. You're playing Foot today. There is a final spot on the line. I want your prediction.
I believe it's going to be 2-1 Furia. Foot is a very good team. It's a very hard match for us, but I'm pretty confident in our players that we go back to the title.
And tomorrow, who do you think you're playing then?
It's going to be probably Spirit, but if it's going to be Legacy, it's going to be a Brazilian match. That we love it as well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. That's it from us. Back to you guys.
Hello everyone, today I'll be playing 1v1 against a mystery player. I'm gonna try to find out who he is and yeah, wish me luck. So let's go, let's play. I wonder who you are. I have a feeling you're on IGL, no? Can you hear me? Secret player. Are you on IGL? No. You're a rifler, right? Okay, actually, I might have a guess who you are. I wanna guess it's Makaze? No? Are you playing for Team Mouse? Team Navi then? No. Not top, okay. Did you go through the open qualifier or you got invited? Are you an international team or no? Oh bro, who are you? I have no clue actually. Are you European player? Or you're from... Yeah. Europe. Are you from Aurora? You said not from top, so maybe no. You're from Aurora? Ah, okay. You're Moxit, no? No. Okay, you're Vicadia then. No, okay. Let's play the round. Okay, you're Xantares. No? Okay, you're... Who else is in Aurora, bro? Wait. Jim Hat.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm amazing, bro. How are you?
I'm good, bro. It was hard to get, honestly. Oh my god. GG.
GG. Good guess, bro. Good guess.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Alright, see you, bro.
See you.
Go out first. I'll flash and then we push. Got it? Roger that. Flashing. I've been flashed. Oh, crap.
We so often compare Counter-Strike, quite lovingly so, to a game of wits, a game of chess, but this has not been the case in this Foot Furia semi-final. This is bare-knuckle boxing. This is a brawl, a fight to the death. That's what Ancient was. But now we go to Nuke. Foot have had their struggles here, and so Furia's pick might be where they look to turn this one around. They risked it all with that force buy back on Ancient. It did not pan out. Hugo, are you thinking we got a 3-mapper on our hands?
Yeah, I think someone's just throwing a bat into the ring and Fury are about to pick it up. We're going to have to see Foot's best game on Nuke in some time if they're going to take on Furia here. It's been 4 months since they've even won this map, and not through lack of trying. 7 losses in a row for Foot. But a great form today, no doubt about that. Winning some explosive rounds back on Ancient. Beating Furia in the clutches as well. This one's bound to be a banger, Harry. Furia on Nuke, on the T side, calling the shots. So let's get into it.
Very curious if we pick up right where we left off, but already this is feeling like a bit of a slower tone in this pistol out of Furia.
It's an A-hit, all right.
Fallen and Yuri with the util. Keserato and Yakindar try to get down the vents, and they will make it down unscathed. That's the bomb in towards lower. How do you want to marry this one up if you're Furia? Demon already down the ramp side. Spots 2, including that bomb getting planted. Molodoy's dead on his secret lurk, and so room starts to open up here for Foot. Still 1 player lost behind enemy lines. Yuri gets the jump on this ramp hold, but ends up getting deleted. Yakindar in the downtime, 2 to his name in at lower. It's around still alive. There's a pickup for Keserato. Krabeni dinked earlier on. Thin margins on this, but Yakindar's got the cover. Jugs now throwing into a very awkward 1v2. Times low. Yakindar with a couple of blinders to get Furia off to the races on their map pick.
Furia trying hard here. They got some tricks up their sleeve, don't they? Want an execute, upper bust into the vent drop. They got Yuri wrapping heaven. There's so much chaos and confusion for a team that struggle on Nuke like Foot. Well, a pistol round like that won't make it any easier. Yuri given ample time to get into strong post-plant positions, and then they just put the round right there. Got a force buy out of Foot. That's for X-Flow, but out of position entirely, locked out. It's probably a full save. This is Foot gambling B, and Furia make the right call to bust up a... We were watching Furia play this map the other day, and at times it felt like they were going a little bit too slow. They were waiting way too long, far too much respect against Aurora. And their best rounds were these quick A splits. And Yakinda could just run in and get his multi-kill. So I hope Furia bring a bit more fight to this game, because you are the favorite. You have the most experience. Every reason to make this a 3-mapper. Nice start here for Furia, but we get one more saved force buy before we see guns.
Terrorists win.
I feel like if you're Furia, you got to be ready for some type of a move now out of Foot, right? You see them save on 5. You imagine it's this force buy. I think with that comes the threat of immediate aggression at the start of this 3rd round. And so I wouldn't expect this one to be as pacey as the last 2.
Even more installed double nade in the huts, really just trying to stop this early rush. You're bang on. Furia let this one breathe. Smokes outside, and as Foot settle into the same setup as last round, Furia do the same thing just a little bit later. So it looks like just another clean conversion. This is awkward for Foot. They don't want to keep these guns into the next round. Sure, the Kevlar's nice, but otherwise it's wasted money. They may as well keep pressure on. Oh, they down the vent. Watch out, Donk. It's a good shot. And so why not throw your life on the line? You're buying next anyway.
That opens up the path to the vent rotate a little more. Now Yakindar's awkwardly trying to keep eyes on, but now they're starting to lose lobby as well. Oh, the net is shrinking on this A site. Yakindar can't stop the vent scale. Time's getting low. Okay, Serato 1v3 required. They're closing in quickly. And Foot playing with pace, get in the face of Furia. Stealing that one right back.
That is explosive indeed. Those are the rounds you want to see Foot going for and winning. Banger dig out of Krabeni to open it up. This is a captain who can hit back.
Yeah, very much a captain that looks to challenge everything you thought you knew about IGLs, right? Someone who, throughout his whole time in this roster, has been a fragging IGL, been a big part of their successes on an individual level.
And still demands a lot from his team, right? You hear the way that he talks to them, that Coolio talks to this squad as well. They won't take any BS. Foot demanding perfection.
I think when you play the way they do as well, you want like a strong leadership figure in that sense. You need someone who's, you know, prepared to give you all this freedom, but also prepared to reel it in, let you know when you've made a mistake, force that accountability.
Yeah, Foot aren't playing scared, so they won't talk like it either. This is interesting, going quick again for Furia. A little punch in this top site, and everyone's caught looking the wrong way. Everybody's dead. Destroyed on this top side. Cemetery puts his life on the line.
And
up
climb
the vent
up
for Demon.
Surely not.
Love a real gun.
Put
How
the
about
fear
that?
in Furia, stop that bomb plant, and they're feeling a little uncomfortable now. Gonna try and commit to it. Fallen's got to have the cover. And just tucked in, right into his crosshair. Demon goes. So no worries there after a clean sheet of entries for Furia. They will convert on that round.
As I said 2 rounds ago, exactly what I want to see from Furia, right? High tempo plays, not like letting the round breathe too much, not trying to fake Foot out. This isn't a team that you should be scared of if you're Furia. So trust in your execute. Some excellent trades here, and Yuri with a double entry makes things feel easy. A site getting abused now by Furia on this T side, and an early timeout hit called by Foot. Already knowing this could be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, you just can't feel like the top side can't hold. And I know, you know, early game you were playing for the B stacks, you were leaning more down towards lower, you pulled off a cheeky retake even with the pistols, but you don't want throughout this entire CT side, there to be this dark mark against your A site hold, something that Furia can just keep going back to. It feels imperative, 4 foot, that they shut down one of these top site splits.
Now the time. One more buy comes out. Benefit of that second round save and third round win. Ouch. Already good nades here for Foot. The Akinda sails on past right through this smoke. Lane ball comes down. Secret still controlled by Foot. Is that a problem though? Because Molly's going to go in, send them back, and Furia look further afield. Look at Yakindar go. Shifting his way behind enemy lines. Krebeni really wants this fight, but he's getting lurked on right now. He's going to make a play instead. Good awareness from Furia. They got that spot from main roof, they put it to use. 5v4. The second wave is nice. Keeping Foot in the dark.
One thing you've seen from Foot across a lot of their games is how they're down a group and try and pack roll, you know, back their aim, look for tight trades, good crossfires. If Fury are able to kind of break that up, as they have done in this round, that's where problems are going to start to emerge. There's a lot of 1v1 fights on the table here that no one really has a support network nearby. One man up on top of the hut, Juke spotted. Furia bring this bomb in towards lower. They've got a kill right in front of them on the vents. Demon sneaking down into the crosshairs of Molodoy. And it's a lot of solo plays here, just getting iced out across the map by Furia.
Can't really blame Foot for not knowing what's going on there, because Furia are absolutely everywhere. They're hell, heaven, and down secret with the bomb. So Fury changed their mind on splitting that A site. It was stacked up for Foot. Just walking that bomb down lower. No room for error with 10 seconds, but no error made. Just trying to survive now, our Foot. Yakinda has them boxed in. Can't leave this position. Oh, dropping Yakinda. So Symmetry looks to save. Furia are off to the races. 4-1 lead on this T side.
I think Furia, if you're even able to get one piece of the Foot machine kind of in their heads, playing a bit more passive, giving up a bit more room, they start to lose a tremendous edge on this CT side. Because it's a team where the wavelength is about those gunfights, is about taking as many as you can. In this round, that one Molotov displaces Demon, Yard goes dark, suddenly they lose all semblance of map control, and you see what it does for Furia, right? They felt like they had all that room. They caught Demon kind of really unaware as to what was even happening in the round in the vents. It's CT side of nuke, your protocols are going to be tested. Your responses are going to be tested. Fury are playing a very mobile game where they're constantly keeping you guessing.
Something you mentioned was how Foot like to regroup, they like to repush, they like to play together and just cause chaos. It's a hard map to do so. All we can expect to see on this is Foot maybe going for lobby control, right? And you can't do that off the rip. You have to let Fury take outside, show numbers, then re-clear the lobby, look for K-Serato on the lurk. We've yet to see anything like that because Fury haven't used their smokes to go down secret for the most part. They've been just abusing this top site. Are Foot going to find any sanctuary in the lobby here? Because they already look more aggressive in this round. All posted hub. Demon deep on ramp. Furia hold off. They've got Yakinda kicking up a fuss in yard. But all eyes trained on this lobby aggression.
Really feels like Fury are trying to bait them into this lobby push you were talking about. But don't give it to them. Instead, just hanging around in these aggressive positions, but never quite crossing over that line into a push.
Here we go.
Here's the exec for Furia. Entry gets denied. K-Serato gone, but that bomb makes it down the vent. Yuri's not so lucky. And so for now, Fallen, the only guy down there, maybe the only guy down here all round, is Yakinda lost out in the yard. Was selling that fake earlier on. Awkward for him.
Needed that.
It's a Fallen 1v5 attempt. Symmetry closing in. at least dodge this fast pathing in through the vent. Fallen's put a bit of distance between himself and Foot. Dodges that flash as well. First man in is low. Surely not. Fallen, 2 kills deep. Defuse getting held now. And no time for Fallen to win this. They're already just sticking it. Planted safe, nothing he could do. Gives him a run for their money though, doesn't he? It's a Foot round. Considering that's 1 man with the bomb down lower, Fallen extracts a bit of value when all is said and done.
Didn't feel winnable, just given Yakinda's position. If he kills Krabeni, he can cut vent rotate, he can buy a lot of time. I was getting scared in that 2v5 till he died. Fallen won't do it. He's got 2 1v5s in his career. That will not be the 3rd. Furious money put to the test. Got to make do with less. Tech 9 pop on ramp. Demon in an aggressive position. Could get punished by this flash, but he dodges it. Lays down the death in ramp. 2 kills. Morp rotates in. Furia and that molly bleed before they go for the play. And with that orb firing off, they know they've got the room. What do you do with it is the question.
Oh, Symmetry hears those footsteps, comes back with his AWP.
Oh, lazy check. Trusted the smoke too much, and now Fury have that top site. This could go wrong.
Again, right, it was a bit of a heavier lead in towards lower, 4 Foot. The A site is where Fury have found so much of their success on this T side. On planted, Molidoy dead on that clear. Handed off to Yakindar in the 1v3. Timing's everything here. You'd love to find xCloud. With that, you'd have all the info. And he is looking to find his timing. Defuse being held, so Yakindar's got to move quickly now. Gets them off that bomb. Can he find the follow-up? Yakindar brings him out of it. Tech 9 pulled as the nerves set in. Defuse wasn't being stuck, but is there time for this? Bomb can't get found, no kit for Symmetry. All the kills for Foot, but the round swings the way of Furia. That's a 1v3 out of Yakindar.
Sick round, but you felt like Symmetry had the time there. He just couldn't find that bomb in the smoke, picked up the kit, can't get on it. So Yakindar wins it to the clock. Massive pickup. In the clutch, plays that to perfection, gets him off the bomb before he even takes a fight. Squeezed every second he could out of that round, and too late for Symmetry. So Furia will laugh it off. 2v4 and a 1v3. Puts Furia back on the board, and that was their money on the line. Same angle for Symmetry again in HUD. Serato won't give him an inch.
I think it's in those moments you see the brilliance of Yakindar, right? I think in a different world, in a different timeline, were it a couple of years later, he could have been a great fit for a Foot squad like this. But he's also just got great smarts to back up his aggression, right? Always been someone on a micro level just fantastic at forcing the kind of reactions he wants. He gets you to play his game. And he shows that in the 1v3, just piecing it together beautifully. Great catch for the Symmetry orb. But no good deed going unpunished here. Fallen instantly claws 1 back. 3 players down through lower, and these footsteps are heard by Jugs, who starts his round down here.
They're stalling for Fallen, I think, but this is still going to be hard for Fallen to get into position. Would they want to go up then? Fallen's taking roads on that top side. It's not going to help. Molidoy just gets his double entry. Fallen is lost to the hands of time. With that bomb down, the time now sits in the favor of Furia. 3v2. Fallen know it is seen, so both players out ramp on this site. Molidoy trying to fight his way out of this box. Now he stalls him out for Yuri to backstab. I was getting very scary with a lurk on the other side of the map, but Furia just do it on the backs of Molidoy and Yuri. And even when you're seeing Foot with the read now in strong positions, just not able to convert rounds. They had an anchor there. Had good timing on the retake.
I mean, the way that Fury are kind of using these extremity players feels really, really good right now. constantly buying time for them to find their impact, always being a thorn in the side of this defense. And it's not nice rotating around CT side of Nuke, feeling like you're always looking over your shoulder. It leads you to start questioning a lot, right? You start to question your read of the game.
Saw him.
Knows about this boost. Gonna go looking for it. Still not a fight he feels forced to commit to. Knows that just him being here puts a lot of pressure on Foot.
Crazy position for X-Cloud as well, but we've seen all these vent dives for Furia. This will be a curious round to do it in. Main smoke, and Furia, again, nowhere to go. Weakened A site, no stopping that. Although in case Serato with entries, lobby defended, and main located here by Furia. They saw that boost outside. So a clean round to keep him breathing easy on this T side. Not much to it here for Furia. Just looking like the more comfortable team, and we're seeing the woes of Nuke hit Foot in the face now, as they can barely hang. I feel like Symmetry is a good way in here for Foot. He's been in aggressive positions on the hub fort. He's hit all his shots. Can he be a game changer on the CT side? Can they put him somewhere better, somewhere more impactful?
You are left with this big worry. They just have too many holes opened up in this defense. Furia have been willing to explore every option. They have been pretty crazy calls on this T side, not ending in the usual means. Bunch of A splits to kind of get Foot nervous off the rip, but then rounds where they're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They'll be taking heaven when in reality it's a triple lower split. It's been a very, very hard game to get a read if you're Foot. And if you don't get one soon, I think this CT side is going to be well and truly away from you. You're at the full mercy of Furia at that point.
They're just doing everything.
Another example of it, right? 3 players crossing in towards Secret, but Yakindar's got his eyes set on taking away this health control. You don't feel like you know where this is ending up right now. It'd be a good time to go and clear lobby, at least try and get some info in this traded position, and so that's what Foot do.
It's the right answer, but it's not going to net you kills here, and as you clear this position, Fury get closer and closer to the round winner. If Yakindar flanks ramp, it's perfectly teed up for Fury to close the round. He's not in any hurry either. Let his team get space. There is a check here, but an ugly spray from Yakindar lets him down, and that gives way to a retake here for Foot. Faller's going to charge over the door, try to put this bomb down, and Yuri, who is hitting hard on this B site, gets another entry.
Juke somewhat ahead of the timing here, arriving sooner than Furia were ready for. Missed shot from Molodoy. And so now these CTs close in, taking position back. One of the more winnable rounds that Foot have found themselves in. Fuse tapped, tries to bait a peek, and they get what they were hoping for, but none of the kills. Yuri and Molodoy in these powerful post plants. There's kind of nowhere left to run for Jukes. No round to be won here in at lower. Everywhere Furia go, they find success.
Yeah, just looking like really uncomfortable positions for Foot, where they don't really know, how to retake that site. Like the cover isn't there on the door. They have no util to stop it. Player peeks from the right side, they're holding left. These are just unfamiliar positions on a map that has plagued them in this year. Despite all of Foot's success, clearly Nuke is their weak spot, and Furia are pushing that advantage as far as they can. 8-2 up. Pure domination. At no point have Foot felt like they're in this game. And Fury are just playing with their food now. Not even smokes outside, just 4 players walking dry. And you just feel like this is going to work because everything has. X-Cloud spotted down vent. Does that bait them into Krebeni? He's got to clear this corner. And he does not. One rifle trapped though. Fallen spotted, drop in, good damage from the captain, but still no good deed goes unpunished. Oh,
Oh, Cemetery hoping to close in as a teammate nearby. Secret side. It's Xfloud hoping to recover this. Okay, Serato.
I think he's
great timing for the backstab. Oh, turn around out of Xfloud. And so a little something, a chance, a sliver to hold on to at the end of this first half. Shooting for 4 now. That's the goal for Foot.
We finally get to see some chaos for Foot, right? 3 players coming up. Secret, outside, main, everywhere. All pushing together where they do their best work. Safe to say, winnable for Serato, but a beautiful flick from Xfloud will keep them in this half. Desperately looking for a 4th now.
I mean, you see Serato almost in disbelief. He doesn't miss those. He doesn't mess those up like that.
Yeah,
that's not the Serato you've come to expect. But I think you can ride it off if you just go right back to your winning ways.
Top silo nade stack on A, but nobody home. They just get that entry given to them through the huts. Do you just jump on this Furia, or do the kills just keep fumbling their way into your grip? Foot getting flooded. They're not floating, they are sinking here on this CT side.
Cemetery in. Said earlier on, maybe his AWP could be a difference maker. Well, it is in the right place. It's in this moment the individuals have to show us what they're made of. 4 rounds, not a hell of a lot, but it's all they can hope for here. Last ditch rotate, and they hear him loud down the vent with heaven control taken. Cemetery takes himself out of the limelight here on that rotation. The top site falls, and a retake now being demanded.
Just haven't seen Foot win any of these positions. Sure, a couple of retakes early in the game, but this, man down, up the vent, round heaven, couldn't be in worse positions. Serato has this cross covered on timing. Krabeni is very late, but Fallen keeps his eyes on the prize. Foot walks slowly into their demise. Nice shot from Krabeni though. Could that open it up? Back sight, gotta get that one. Symmetry tries to dodge death, but indoors it's Serato, and Furia make a statement. A 9-3 run on the T side of Nuke.
Thank you guys. Furia Boy seems to be back here on Nuke, and I am joined by a legendary Brazilian host, Salve Nive. It's a pleasure to have you here. You guys are like just crazy. The Brazilian fans' energy. What is so special about you guys in CS?
They are amazing, right? I think this is because we never give up. This is in your blood, in our history. It doesn't matter how hard the challenge is going to be.
Yeah, you guys never give up. On n'abandonne jamais, nous les fans brésiliens. Et je pense que ça se voit. And today you're not wearing the host cap, you're wearing the fan cap. So any special message for Yuri, maybe?
I'm proud of you. Always am, and keep going, keep doing your best, and keep rocking. I love you.
Wow, beautiful words in the city of love. Let's see if the Furia boys can take it on Nuke.
Well, Yuri's certainly feeling that love right now because he is excelling here on Nuke. Guy is having one hell of a turnaround. Was a little quiet on Ancient, but he's been a force to be reckoned with, as has that Molodoi AWP. A welcome return of form from him in this dominant runaway half. Furia, they were chomping at the bit to get onto their map pick, and it's not hard to see why. Serato lays down death with those dual Berettas. Furia want this to be a very quick second map. We're just 25 minutes in, and it feels like they are destined to take it here on Nuke.
And they're just falling apart at the seams here. Tumbleweed goes past as they think about Dust, our 3rd map of the series, where Foot must pick up the slack, because here on Nuke, absent CT side and Pistol away from them to start their second half, unless Krabeni's got a 1v5 of his own. Not today. Furia seal the deal. Triple kill from Serato. And a reassuring sign, I think, from Furia, who fought very close on Ancient, but now on home soil here on Nuke.
You know, whenever we talk about someone like Fallen, hell, even Serato and Yuri, and you talk about the experience on this Furia squad, with that comes the knowledge of what it's like to be the team on the come up. The guys feeling the nerves, and they know. They really know just how twitchy, how lost, how nervous Foot are feeling here on Nuke. It is a completely different tone to what we had to start this semi-final. And that can feel really jarring. That can cause a bit of whiplash. Because you try and zoom out, you try and look at the rest of the series, it is going to be a tall task to rein this back in if we get onto that third map, as it feels like we're going to right now. Pistols here looking for some ground out towards the ramp room, but with Molodoi set up, it's no contest. Shut down from Furia as they cruise towards that finish line.
It does feel meant to be, doesn't it? Not a bump in the road. Foot get one try, and it's here, and it's now on this rifle round.
I also think for Fury, it helps them kind of recontextualize map one a little bit in their heads, right? The idea, look, we weren't that comfortable on Ancient. Look at how uncomfortable we made you. Take us to a map where we know what we're doing, and it's no contest. I think that's going to be a massive boon for this Furia squad in the grand scheme of the semis. A rare opening for Foot, a 5v4 that goes untraded on the back of that spam.
Yes, new boy X-Cloud, top performer of last map. Spamming their smoke, catches your kid crossing red. They're going to set him up to succeed here in the yard. You can see Foot ready to react on ramp. Reveni with a second wall. As Foot try to make it work. Oh, okay, that's 2 smoke shots for X-Cloud.
He's not seen an opponent yet, and he's had tremendous impact here.
Go on, Fallen.
But speaking of not seeing opponents, look at Fallen hiding out of the orange box, a position that's so often overlooked, but Symmetry with eyes on.
Nice check.
Fallen's tricks get denied.
Love to see that.
And so breaking this silent streak, a streak of 3 going the way of Furia. Finally, some kind of response for Foot. When it comes down to 2 X-Cloud smoke spam kills out in the yard.
Reproducible?
For Foot, you know, maybe, but no, it shouldn't be, right? You're gonna have to earn these rounds. You're not gonna get chances like that every day.
Well, while you're here, take away the guns if you can. Now, it's a try for X-Cloud, but 50-50, picks the wrong side. So Foot get a chance, an opportunity, if only that, on this T half of Nuke. Gifted by X-Cloud. Terrorists win.
I mean, there's a reason why the allure of Nuke has always existed to these championship level teams. It's a map where brains and brawn are paramount in equal parts, right? It's not just an aimer's paradise. And Foot are a squad that do like to answer with muscle, do like to answer just with brute force. Furia haven't just had that, but they've had the reads, they've had the maneuverability, the protocols to back it up. Ukes with another entry. Back-to-back rounds now with opening kills falling in Foot's favor. Last time, that entry out in the yard was enough. Looks to be the case again. A clean sweep on the A-side take. Fallen hangs around for this. But do you really think he's going to give this 1v4 a go?
Well, they'll come to him first. Reboost in the heavens. And eyes on for Fallen, who will just scarper down the ladder. Or not. Oh. No. Disappearing act.
He grabbed that AWP.
He ain't getting out of there. Thank you very much. Delivers it. Symmetry. And so Foot, they won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Get that entry off Dukes, they just pummel the top side. A lot more to do on this T side. It at least starts with an eco now for Furia. Back-to-back gun rounds. You get a gift.
And this round could be Foot giving Furia a taste of their own medicine. In that first half, there were a number of lower stacks for Foot. Furia moving into an uncontested top site. That's exactly what's about to happen here, but the other way around. Yuri not in a spot to fight for this. P250 in heaven. You were just hoping they played into your gamble.
Stopping some saves would be nice. Punish the escape. Oh. Benny just drops down Ben. Round lining up nicely. Still do want to lock in from Furia in this next gun round. Why let it get close? Keep foot under your thumb.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the big advantage you have is the veterancy in this squad. You want foot in their heads. You want them kind of doubting themselves, their moves, the way that they play. Last thing you want is for this young group of guys to feel like they actually came through and kind of recovered here on Nuke from the most uncomfortable of beginnings. And I don't think it's going to take much for that to happen. Hell, we could even be approaching that point already. Because this was a danger of being an absolute blowout. Now you're making it competitive. You're putting the pressure on Furia. They call a timeout. You want them to feel despair, not resilience. 5-round game now, and the gun's coming back out for Furia on the tail end of this timeout.
But just here to soak up every second on the stage. Keeping in mind, tomorrow, an arena game and a sold-out Aqui arena. It's going to get bigger, it's going to get better. Can Foot get there?
Crash through. Serato more than ready for it. They'll try and scarper down the vent. Bomb in tow. 2 players making it down. And Xflow does provide some levity out in the yard.
Still a good position with an AWP and a post plant as well, but lobby locked out. Just going to have to hold the vent. Where will Furia rotate?
You know, you've got the edge in this slower fight. You only heard 1 or 2 players make it down the vent. And so Furia don't concern themselves with the missing 3rd man. They try and battle forward into a crossfire here. But with Demon dead, that lower sight is lost. And with Symmetry out of position, this is Furia finding that elusive 12th.
Yeah, he missed it, and that's a bit scary there for Foot. If Krabeni doesn't re-peek, he can jump on Demon's next contact, but he goes back for more a bit early, and both players get isolated by Furia. To well played by Furia not to rotate vent so soon, ready for a lobby lurk, and as Symmetry moves off the vent line, that's when Yuri takes it. So some awkward moments there in that post plant again for Foot, and you are just seeing the lack of success on this map. Lack of comfortability exploited by Furia, and so that is the round that should lock down this game. Map point secured. Furia looking to force Dust 2 in this series.
You know, when you have a team feeling like this, I think it just gives the CTs so much to fall back on, knowing that the fights are almost going to come to them, and you're seeing that in a lot of these moments. Furia just holding their ground, holding their lines. Foot come knocking and give the fights away. Hell, it even kind of echoes the ending of that Legacy Falcons game from the other day. Legacy just knowing that Falcons felt desperate, were the guys feeling the pressure, were going to make moves, and that game ended with Legacy essentially holding their positions. Falcons walking into their crosshairs. Furia have got to have that exact same feeling here. Multiple players crossing in the yard. 3 make it down secret, and an entry found as Molidoy bested on the ramp hold.
Dukes has 6 kills, but he has 2 fantastic entries on this T side to give Foot a bit of chance. Serato, a position that might be unsuspected here by Foot. Shadow, perhaps. Serato, patience. Symmetry needs this quick shot, or this game is done.
That's the bomb now away from them at the feet of Serato. Krabeni even missing that timing on vent. The one position you were meant to have gets ripped away from you. And so it's down to these two Ram side. Can Demon and Jugs, two bottom performers for Foot, keep them in this, or do Furia end it here and now? Dust 2 waiting in the wings. And with that bomb lost, 20 seconds left, you are fighting a losing battle. First man dead on the crossing, and Demon iced out. A very different Furia at the arrival of their map pick. A dominant win as they steamroll through Foot. And now with Dust 2 waiting in the wings, Furia are flying high, heading onto map 3.
Yeah, everybody showing up in this second map for Furia is a resilient side. Yakinda with a great game, a great day after struggling earlier here in the playoffs, and Keserato keeping up appearances the whole damn tournament. No signs of stopping now. Those grand finals wait for a team, and Furia look to earn it on that third.
What an incredible cast and what an incredible crowd. We are jam-packed here. It is full of Furia fans on the left side of this arena. Pimp, we knew this was their map. We knew Nuke was going to be a strength. Did you expect this result?
In a way, yeah, to be completely honest. It was good to see Furia coming in and delivering. It's good to see a favorite live up to the expectations. Maybe slightly disappointed that Foot weren't able to put more of a fight up, Peter, to be completely honest. This was the 8th loss in a row for the core of this lineup. It's been 134 days since they last won a game of Nuke, so...
135 now.
Yeah, exactly, you know, and it'll be unfair to say I didn't expect it, Peter, but I would love to see a better fight from Foot.
And it just seems a little bit of a mismatch when you look at the playstyle that Foot keeps bringing to the table. It really seems like when you look at how they played Ants, it's all like most of the rounds are going to be finished before the minute mark. And here on Nuke, it's a lot about understanding rotations, making the right call, playing out the correct situation, the 3v3s and the 2v2s. And I just don't really feel like that's the strength of Foot, right? When they turn their attention to T-side, that was where they went with a lot of aggressive interplay, explosive interplays, and that's really what they expect of Nuke. It's like it's brawly, fast-paced counter, that works out. But it's just not enough on Nuke because Nuke is just required too much support.
There's been a lot of fans coming in from all over the stages here at EWC. We had 4 different games going on in the final week. For those that are new, Furia has a number of stars, but one of them is on the come up. He goes by the name of Yakindar, and one of his tougher jobs, he's helping call the shots. In fact, they're trying to groom him, it seems like, to be the next IGL. Jacob, how do you do in this one?
I think he's doing a great job, you know. Yakinda's been an in-game leader before as well, back in Team Liquid in those days. Didn't necessarily, you know, transcend into becoming a great in-game leader at a time, but he gained a lot of experience, and maybe he's using all that experience now to give it another shot. If anything, Peter, individually speaking, he's playing well. He's a difference maker for Furia. He's aggressive. He's involved in a lot of the early situations as well, and so far this tournament, he's been looking like the old Yakinda that always finds impact.
And Furia really need Yakinda to step up as well. You know, coming into the playoffs, he didn't have the greatest tournament. In the quarterfinal, we did see some of that old Yakinda, some of that space taking that Furia really needs. And he is the guy, he is the spearhead of this team. And he is also very much needed to go and create a space for Keserato to be playing around, winning out those clutches. So it's important to see the Yakinda continues to perform because he is a guy in this team that has been so important for their recent success. And we can just tell also the fact that when Furia didn't play their best, it's also because of result of Yakinda not showing up. So he's a very important asset, and it's just good to see that he continues.
He came away with the clutch. You saw his impact outside. Yakinda having a great nuke, but he's going to have a better Dust 2 if they're going to power over Foot. Let's take a look here at some of the B plants, though. Pimp, you thought this was an interesting strategy that was working?
Yeah, I feel like that was story of the game, you know. Foot could do nothing to stop Furia from getting down to that lower bomb side. You're going to see a combination now of a lot of bomb plants on this B bomb side. It even started in the pistol. It felt like Furia could just walk all over Foot as they like to in this game, and that's where my disappointment came from. I'm pretty sure Foot were aware that that was the game plan coming in for Furia, but you see it round after round, being caught off guard, being caught, rotating down towards the vent. The way that Furia played with the door, they played with the smoke, and constantly dropped down the vent with the bomb, Peter. That was very impressive execution coming in for Furia, but also a little bit too one-dimensional for my liking not to be stopped.
Yeah, Dupree, you were saying that this is almost on Foot. They need to get better at this map. What is it about their playstyle that doesn't fit this nuke?
I think Foot is just so explosive, and they play so much on the individual side and making things so chaotic. And sometimes when you come into this situation, also in what Jacob just brought up, when it's like Fury just has to figure out, right? It's when the rounds go into like very close and they have to be like good with communication, understanding where the Fury players can be like late round. That's where they lack a little bit, right? And it's just a bit of a mismatch to what their strength is. So there's definitely some work to be done on Nuke still. And as Jacob mentioned, this is the 8th time in a row that they lose Nuke. So it's always been a little bit of a thorn in the side for them that they can be punished in a video like this.
We've got some more highlights to roll through, gentlemen. The next one, it's coming from our sniper. Let's take a look at Mundo and what he's doing on the op. Did you see an impressive game from him? Does he need to go off with the op on a map like Nuke?
He's slowly but surely warming up into it. I think if anything, he's going to be needed on Dust 2. That's Almost Paradise, where he can roam around as he like, you know, both on the T side and CT side. So to see him find impact, to see him play well, T side on Nuke as well, not the easiest map to find impact with the AWP, but to get him warmed up, you know, to get him into the game, that's going to be a massive win condition for Furia heading into the 3rd deciding map.
And it is a little bit of the story of Malta. He needs sometimes those maps to warm up into, and then whenever he hits that 3rd map, that's where he like really breaks up. And it's also going to be very much needed on our 2 now, coming into that being such a heavy op map as well.
Tuning him up for a big Dust 2. It'll be Fallen's 1400th map played on LAN. A ridiculous accomplishment. We got to take a look, though, at a player who is on the rise again, xCloud, with a good performance despite the loss. I'm told he had good enough shots that we should revisit some of them. Pimp, what does he bring to the table, and does he have his hands full on Dust 2, or is this another map that'll play into his hands?
I mean, he's going to have his hands full if Foot wants to win. If anything, what he brings is consistency to this lineup. He's consistently been one of the better performers for Foot throughout this tournament. Very impressed with how he's always showing up, even in a loss like this, where the team clearly is not working out. xCloud finds a way to always have a bit of impact. So they really have signed not necessarily a superstar, but a very consistent player you can rely on.
And that's exactly the consistency that's also going to be important now moving into Dust 2, because that is a map where he can, you know, keep his explosiveness, keep up his DNA of playing very aggressive, trying to catch those smoke timings specifically around mid when they turn to the T side, and just being a nuisance, like being the guy that you almost feel like you have to expect the unexpected. And that is also a little bit of what Fury really brings to the table.
If you're just waking up and joining us, welcome. This is our semi-final. The winner of this next map, they are playing in the Accor Arena for the lion's share of our $2 million prize pool here in Counter-Strike 2. Let's take a look at this match and how it's gone through and what we have in store for us, because Dust 2, the classic map, is coming back into the mix. A fan favorite as always, Jacob.
Yeah, it's been a very, you know, it's been a little bit of a one-sided game so far. I don't think many of us expected Foot not to win Ancient. Same could be said for Nuke. I think we have a middle ground now on Dust 2. Both of these lineups, they like to play Dust 2. They played Dust 2 in this tournament so far, have some decent results on the map as well. So, if anything, I think we're finishing off, Peter, here with a banger of a matchup on a map that's very open for interpretation. Both teams can play their own style, so to speak, without being too hindered in doing so. And then it comes down to who is the better team, who has the better individuals, and who got the better day-to-day form.
Yeah, Fury, they've said themselves that they had to put in some hours and some work into Dust 2, and I think that it has paid off, right? Where if you turn your attention to Foot, they played against Mouse on this map where they actually had a pretty bad start, but they actually managed to claw their way back, and then themselves threw a very big lead to make it into overtime, where things turned into their favor, luckily for them. But, you know, Foot as a team, you know, it's these maps where their DNA, their playstyle really comes into fruition. And I think that's also a good map for them to finish on, regardless of how they've looked. But it's still a map where their playstyle can be a little bit more, like, you know, explosive. And I think that is really what is needed for them. Like, they need to have a map where they can breathe, where they can have the individuals make these plays, finish it out with some fast B-pops, and just, you know, try and squeeze Fury together.
Merci, Perry. You have been an excellent host here for Counter-Strike 2. We have a big map 3 coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, I have 2 bomb.
One double. Picking double. I flash one. Molly single.
Oh, Molly single again.
Picking.
Watch single third.
I'm coming double, cover double, guys.
Yeah, I'm flicking right.
Go.
No cheat.
Omar.
Weapon.
Nice!
Nice.
We got some foot fans in the house here as they're going up against Furia right now. They're representing, they're supporting. First of all, tell me, why are you a fan of foot?
Because Demon and Symmetry, here's our friends, and they're just fucking crazy and amazing.
Okay, well, they're also crazy good at the game. How are you? What is your Premier Elo?
My Premier Elo is 24K.
Okay, that's pretty good. And what about you, Premier Elo?
24,000.
Oh, okay, 224Ks ready for foot. That's a good start. Let's see what the rest of the fans have got. My man, how long have you been a foot fan? It's quite a new team.
2 years.
2 years?
Not foot exactly, but Navi Junior.
Junior, okay. Tell me, what is your Premier Elo?
Last time I played, 23,000.
Okay, that's pretty good. A lot of cheaters?
So many.
So many?
So many.
We need it fixed, right?
We need to fix that, Valve. Work on it, boys.
You're playing CS, you're supporting foot. What is your Premier Elo?
My Premier Elo is 1700.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's a very good rating for it. Let's see if we can get some more foot fans Elo. I found a Vitality fan, and they got eliminated, so he's now supporting foot all the way with this one. Why are you going for foot today?
Because he's more fun than Furia. Furia's won shit, haven't they? They're already on.
You want the underdogs?
I want the underdogs. I want new people to win. We've seen Furia. Plus, obviously, they've got all the fans. They've got all the fame. Let the new guys. I mean, obviously, yes, they have won one before, but
not like this.
But not like this. This will be epic.
All right, so tell me, I'm asking foot fans what their Premier Elo is. What is your Premier Elo, sir?
Not high enough. It's only about 6,000 at the moment.
Hey, well, thank you very much for being honest. Tell me, at 6,000, how hard is it? Do you run into many cheaters?
I've not seen any cheaters. I don't know. I don't know what the cheater problem is.
That's a good thing.
Just a lot of people who don't communicate.
That can happen. That can. Well, keep grinding. Thank you very much for your time. And there we have it. It's 6K. It's a nice place to play CS. All right. So the foot team, they're exciting. They're young. They're up and coming, and they're proving themselves in Tier 1. But I was asking their fans what their Premier Elo was, and they have one guy with 6,000, so it brought the average down quite a lot. They had 18,800 overall. But hey, they can do better going forward, I'm sure. Let's see what other teams have got. There we have it.
Hello, Ollie. Welcome to your interview.
I'm excited for the last elevator bit. What I will say is I don't know too much about our guest today.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Hi.
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast. And how funny you can't go.
Hello, my name is Gina Darling, and I flew all the way to Paris to surprise Ovly May, who's been here for about 2 months now.
So you'll be here, she'll be here. She thinks she's doing a different interview.
Wait, should we make bets on what her reaction's gonna be? Maybe like €5 per, we'll put it in a pool. I say she is going to stand there and go, she might start crying. I'm putting my money on her standing there just,
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast. You know?
Are you real? Hello, Ovly, welcome to your interview. Are you actually real? I know that you thought it was over, but you still have one more interview to do. I called it. She was gonna cry. I get €5 from each of you. What do you say we start this interview, Ovly May? I'm actually crying. Don't cry on my show. Don't cry on my show. We need no tears on my show at all. Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Ovly. Wait a second. This is my show, though.
Just like everything we do in America, I am taking your show. It is mine now. I own this show now. Okay, so I have some questions for you, Ovly. Do you think that you're the only person in the world who is recognized for not recognizing someone?
No, I'm pretty sure that's gonna go on my tombstone.
Oh, you know what? Before we actually start the questions, I figured you have been working so hard and you must be so hungry. So we're gonna play a game of Chubby Bunny because when in France, we have croissants. Ovly, here's your croissant.
Uncle.
And after every question, we just have a little bit of croissant in our mouth.
Did you know that you're not allowed to put jam on that? Otherwise, they'll beat you with a baguette.
I totally did that on the plane. Is that why they never gave me any freebies or anything when I was so nice to them? So, Ovly, what's more sad, you think? That you work in an elevator or that this is probably the biggest office you'll ever have in your life?
You know what's funny? I was getting so ready for you to say what's more sad, this or your dog dying.
But
do I get to ask you a question?
No, this is my show.
Okay, that's fair.
Although you've been here for 2 months.
I have been here for 2 months.
This is probably the longest gig you've ever had. How does that feel?
Honestly, I feel like everything that I've done has been about like 2 years. So why not speed run it into 2 months?
Yeah, right?
I feel like that's fair.
Obviously, some people have red flags. Some people have green flags. As a person who has clearly given up, are you the only person with a white flag? I know where you're gonna go with this joke because I know you so well, but we probably shouldn't. Given given the atmosphere and the
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the Philippines, I got no underpants.
That was not English. It was French. Okay, Ovly.
I'm just surprised that they let both of us on camera for this stuff.
Jackson. Jack. Like put a picture of Jack like right here in the corner.
Right here in the corner?
Yeah, right there. Like find the worst picture of him, put it right there.
Put it right there.
That's Jack.
What if this thing just plummets?
Oh my god, I wish.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be so funny.
Oh my god.
We wouldn't have to take the flight home.
Yeah, save money on everything. You've been gone for 2 months, Ovly.
I have.
Leaving me at home alone in Los Angeles. What besides me is the thing that you miss the most?
My computer. I miss that so much. I miss that so much because I just want to play video games all day, and Paris has like no freaking internet. My hotel did not have Wi-Fi for 2 weeks. You know how hard it is to stay mentally stable, or at least whatever our equivalent of mentally stable is? It's very difficult.
Would you say you also miss air conditioning?
Oh, girl, you have no idea. There were people that were straight up like getting into fist fights over fans and whatever the French equivalent of a Walmart is. Le Walmart. Le Walmart.
Walmart. You know, I'm going to conclude this interview.
Okay.
That means I can break character now. Thank you so much for joining me on my interview. I wanted to come out here. Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Did this?
Oh my god.
Okay,
What
is
the
this
fuck?
where they kill us?
Is this where
I told you I had the keys. Do 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 do.
Fall so hard to find me. Thank you everyone for joining us here on our interview today. It has been such a joy to be able to surprise my best friend Ovly. My name is Gina Darling, and my surprise guest, well, I guess is me, but my guest here is Ovly May. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining me. And then, do you want to go drive a race car with me or something? Because I did that last week and I almost crashed.
Let's do this.
Jack!
These cars go, Jack!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We can do this. I'm in position. Area clear. Got him.
But the diffuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, just
Terrorists win.
It's time to find a finalist. Furia versus Foot rages on to a third map, and Furia have felt like the stronger team across this BO3. Can they prove themselves come Dust 2? Similarly, weak map for Foot in recent months. 5 out of the last games being a loss, only breaking that trend here at EWC over Maus, a formidable foe, but an easy one for Foot. It's time to level up against Furia.
Yeah, these grand finals coming down at 2 Dust 2. And with Paulin at the figurehead, a man whose career might be in its final chapter, but he has never yielded to the passage of time. He's chasing those last few hits of glory. versus a squad who are on their first year glow up, their first years, their first steps, walking out onto these stages, these arenas that Fallen has called home for decades. And so with one spot left, with a map left, and a chance to grasp greatness, is it Furia for old time's sake, or do Foot's lives change now forever? Dust 2 is where we're ending things off, and a long take from Furia to get the ball rolling. Now moving in quickly here, xFloud alone. Teammates start to join and get into positions, and so he'll steal himself away. Peeks up over the top, Yuri gets rid of him. Sight taken, long wrap. Lots of trader positions here, and this one's still up in the air. That kill from Molodoi could be round defining, as it's giving you a way out. Bomb plant found. Juke's closing in. Molodoi dead as well, and Yuri finished off. That's Foot from the back foot. And a pistol round secured. Maybe gonna shake off some of those nerves from Nuke if they were following them into map 3.
Yeah, Krabeni sets an example. 4 kills from the captain here in this pistol round. Shows them how it's done in a post-spawn, no less. And sure, you can look at recent maps and you can look at the numbers. You can say Foot aren't favored, but at the end of the day, half an hour, 40 minutes on Dust 2. It's a bit of a death match here for Foot. They've certainly got the players for it. Can they handle the pressure is the next question. Krabeni puts his best foot forward, and now Furia force up. To Galil's straight out long, late repeat here, teed up by Foot. They flash their corner. It's messy, but they get out. 4v4, got to worry about the flank though. Here and Yuri running up short side. Molodoi collects another kill. Symmetry wants to force this issue, get back control, and he will. They lose his sight.
And they're playing pretty quickly here around these smokes. They're actually trying to get ahead of this. They want to fight before that bomb goes down. Jukes with a double. And that changes the nature of this. A round that felt like it was hanging in the balance, but fought for hard by Foot every step of the way. Round recovered, round saved, and lead maintained as that force buy gets denied.
Yeah, you call the pace out, and perfectly done here by Foot. The fact that they retake the site so quickly. Of course, Symmetry has to win that long control battle, or they've lost everything, all space. But straight up CT, keeping the pressure on, not letting Fallen get into a post plant. So Foot keep fighting and Furia keep forcing. Guns come out again. Fancying their odds. Oh. Scout in middle. The Foot dodge danger. Oh, dangerous setup here. Kinder stumbles in. And by the time they know, it's already too late. That bomb gets smoked out.
Catch for Serato.
It's a curious push.
Really trying to force every advantage off Foot. It's Furia taking the pace out. Demanding a bit of respect in the 4-on-4. Krabeni gonna try and fight and die for this mid-control, but wasn't hoping that death would come for free. Team double kill for Serato, an advantage now belonging to Furia. It's in these moments you get a little desperate, you try and push, you try and get something for your efforts. They lose that long player. A-Site starts to feel vulnerable. You're looking at Symmetry, and he's got to do something big here. 2 players right through this smoke.
No.
Molodoi firing off. Fallen gets both! That was the aim punch helping him through!
Not even aiming there. Random stray bullet goes up top and kills the cat player. Run that back.
I think it takes a lot for Fallen to be speechless, but surely that makes you so.
That is shocking.
That's the game just handing him a double kill.
Yeah, you're right. The aim punch, he had no Kevlar, just breaks the whole game. What the hell? Killed the top player first.
He's stunned. He can't believe it.
So, oh, I killed him. Okay. That is mind-blowing.
I've actually never seen anything like that.
It couldn't be more perfect. A round gifted to Furia. The game decides, and that force buy comes through.
Have you ever seen that?
No. That's why we love Counter-Strike. Every now and then, see something you thought was impossible. Careful, Molodoi. Foot are not scared here on Dust 2. Maybe they should be.
Yeah, neither's Molodoi, hanging around waiting for that exact move. If there's one thing you know you can expect, it is a lot of these mid-round pushes. Now they do chase Molodoi down. They are going to get that trade, but he's made their life misery in his dying breath. That double kill sends Foot out of the round. So Furia competitive from the get-go.
I cannot believe that they're going to get an early streak in this game off the back of that. Sure, it was still a very winnable position for Fallen. I feel like it should have just been a 1v1. Now Foot saving 2 guns, going to have nothing in the next.
I almost just want to see that Fallen round again. I still don't think I've gotten over it. I don't think anyone should be over it yet. And I think that's the defining moment that shapes up the early game of Dust 2. Gets you onto this hot streak.
Good cover from Molodoi, almost caught knife out here. And Foot want to bring it to Furia, all in round 5. Money where their mouth is. And they're very lucky that Molodoi doesn't actually hold the mid-cross, because they've only got one player here and he's very late. Could have been a punish. Long control through the smoke. Yakinda writes it off.
Gonna be hard for Foot to try and force these fights in the usual method on Dust. Fury are already setting a far slower tone. It's a map that can be brawly, but it would have to be on Furia's say-so. Whenever you talk about Fallen, you talk about mind games that come against playing with it. This has been a series where every step of the way, Fury have tried to match the pace of Foot, and I would say they've matched it very successfully. It would be one hell of a trick to completely change that on map 3. See how they cope with it. Slower, more asphyxiating style of play. Right site, right time. They catch Krabeni on a reposition, and that should be the round.
I think you really should be looking to save your guns here. That's a huge exit to set yourself up for it. Fury come hunting a little bit. But you need that next gun round, because Foot have nothing in the bank. One kill decides it here for Furia. Foot play a safe game. Molodoi is quite the AWPer on the mid-cross, one of the few who can consistently hit the cross shots. Hope we get to see Symmetry's AWP out soon on this CT side, see if we can challenge him. Variety of ways to do so. See some teams with boosting AWPers up on the CT side, looking for those picks. Furia. Oh, they forgot the bomb. Looked like they wanted a gung-ho B round. They still do it. Facing it off of Molodoi's entry. Not going to come in, they'll just walk it in.
Cloud. And Symmetry able to hold the line at first. Now they do lose that card player. Symmetry getting a bit hot under the collar here as the mollies make him very uncomfortable, and it's Fallen. Drive the knife in. Brings Furia into the conversation with that double kill.
It shows how punishing this B site is. You can get 2 kills on the hold, string them out, but then if you get trades right back, Furia are suddenly favored.
Gonna try and play it through the window, but you're at the full mercy of these crossfires. Demon looking for an edge, didn't see that all back in the tunnel, but Molidoy has repositioned. K Serato up close, and this one's going nowhere quickly. Gonna learn very, very quickly that this B site and these retakes are very punishing. Demon dead at the swing of the AWP. So a cool move into the lead, building upon it now for Furia.
That's a 3v5 as well. They get those first 2 kills. It looks like there's no trades in sight. Furia pause for a moment, backside molly. Trade onto X-File. Fallen just pre-fires that backside player. And suddenly Furia, smooth. B-site all theirs. We know there's no way back in. But trying to make a play. Symmetry's orb in position. Noted Fallen. X-Cloud not shying away from danger either. Nades come his way. And a re-molly puts him under pressure. He's going to have to push forward. Flash by it. How is he still here? They've got to know. Burning alive. K Serato barely wins that fight. So 5v4 for Furia. What do they want to do with it? Still containing aggression, but looking at both B and long. Footer gambling, AWP on the wrong side. Furia selling it further before they go back to this B site. Jukes and Krebeni with a lot to do. Uh-oh. Long push, but too late. As soon as Furia start to move, they're going to hit this site. Miss him entirely.
Oh, good opener for Krebeni. Now telling Jugs to ready himself because this hit's coming. Cover there from Jugs out of the car, but now he's known about. Discovered in this position, and 2 players ready to trade him. Second man, not even a requirement.
Damn.
Demon moves in, tunnel side, Molidoy ready for it. And Furia showing no signs of crumbling early on. They're in full control of this.
And Molidoy wants another final. Wants another trophy. Cologne fell short. Furia gave us nothing against the Falcons. But with 2 of the heavy hitters eliminated, Furia eyeing up a heroic run here in Paris.
I think, you know, from the moment the brackets for this playoff were drawn, you were looking at this side of it and you were saying Furia are the favorites. They are the team that is supposed to be making those finals. And where other favorites maybe have come and gone, let you down a little on that other end of the bracket. It would be very reassuring to see Furia pull through in stellar form.
It's a really good point because, yeah, you can look at Furia and say, oh, they got lucky in the draw. But hey, even when we saw Falcons against Legacy, Vitality in a favored fight against Spirit, sure, less of an underdog, definitely. Well, these favorites didn't deliver. Furia right now are. So one thing to be expected, it's another to do it. And Furia are doing it right now.
Already getting a bit of a similar feeling to what we had on Nuke, right? Where you're seeing these big holes open up on the map. The B site has not been able to withstand these hits out of Furia. That is a massive problem on Dust 2. It is a constant source of worry for CTs ending rounds in these B-site retakes. You need favorable duels, you need the openers, you need man advantages, and even then, these B-site retakes never feel safe. And Foot aren't getting that right now. They're not being given any respect. In fact, Fury are keen to show them the door, show them the ropes as to how a Dust 2 game can play when your opponent is dialed in.
That is 4 B hits in a row for Fury, all connecting in these 6 rounds. They have made their objective very clear. And even though you have arguably the 2 strongest players of Foot, or 2 of the strongest players in Jukes and Krebeni, not able to stem the bleeding on this B side.
And it's only a matter of time till this kind of causes a bit of a ripple effect, right? Your guys on the other side of the map aren't really getting to play the game. They're not really getting to find their timings. They're not finding any comfort in their fights. They're sitting back, they're waiting, they're saving. They're never getting to attempt these rounds. So there's a bit of a cooling off period occurring for the rest of the gang.
That's Dust 2 for you.
On top of that, you know, eventually you're going to make the call to lean more resources over, and that is where an experienced leader like a Fallen is going to use it against you.
Yeah.
He waits till you weaken the other half of the map, and then he's going to look for that killing blow out on A. So now you enter the mind games, and that's where Fallen is very, very comfortable.
We see in that timeout, you know, Mike's live, we see Yakindra and Fallen back and forthing, chatting this one over. As the 2 minds of Furia put this one to rest again. Another aggressive B hit.
Opener this time for Foot, and it still might not be enough.
Gotta break that. Furia can't cross, and they won't. No punish here. Foot throwing everything they can, but Furia just relaxed.
Gonna scramble, gonna try this one, playing through the smokes.
Nice.
Great double for Krebeni. Demon and X-Cloud flood on in, and Foot solved the problem with numbers.
Excellent.
They throw bodies at the problem, and it's enough.
Yeah, thank goodness they actually managed to stop it. If that gets into a post plant, Furia again looking at a lock-in round and Foot saving, but they don't let them cross. Keep nading that smoke open, keep putting mollies down. And even though Furia re-molly window and you feel like maybe Foot aren't going to go as a result, they just flood the door. 3 players come through with a high flash, and Foot stop them dead in their tracks. Need to see more life out of Foot on this CT side. When you consider the X-Cloud putting on quite the tournament, 6th highest rated player has been silent in this 3rd map after a great series. That does come down to position, as you say. He's back here on B. Isarato punished, and he is just done with this game. Massive entries. Furia, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You're not even able to do your full rollout, you know? You're not taking all the precautions. You're not throwing the flashes in a mid. You're even peeking ahead of the CT smoke, right? And you just feel so comfortable in every one of these fights. You've got Foot really bogged down in the pressure, bogged down in the minutiae of a Dust 2 game, worried about all these extra bells and whistles that just aren't arriving. You think it's going to be more telegraphed. You think there's going to be more time. But Furia are not respecting you right now. And they're even going to start to come hunting. They want these losses to hurt. They want them to do maximum damage. That's the AWP removed. This is how you set yourself up for success throughout the half, and Furia do so brilliantly. Hunt with 4 players get out, and nothing survives for this Foot CT side.
It's not like you can even look at this game and say, oh, Foot, they're choking, they're crumbling under the pressure. That's not what this has been, not in the slightest. Furia just absolutely pushing the boat out on these B hits, different paces, full charge off of spawn, Isarato breaking timings. They have just got them in the ring right now, and they are getting knocked up against the ropes. We called this street boxing earlier. Well, Furia still haven't put that bat down from Nuke. And one more round here would just crush Foot, break them for the final round of the half, set Furia up for a 9-3 T side on an already recently weak map for Foot. The Furia changed the game now. Do they go back to what has worked for so many rounds?
I mean, this is where the problem we were kind of talking about earlier comes to fruition for Foot. These guys on A have not had a fight in a long, long time. They've not had to deal with the Furia util. They've not had to deal with the Furia timings and how they like to play.
Finally.
They're finally going to have a chance here to show what the A side of the map is made of. But it has to find success. It has to withstand this hit. If it doesn't, nothing feels safe. No round feels safe for Foot.
Smart play for Symmetry not to repeat. Leaves it to his rifle instead. Morodoy holds the line and the bomb, but he might be a dead man walking. Wait a second. Not a 3v5. Not again. Not if Symmetry has anything to say in this site. Morodoy too late to help. Symmetry gets one more shot. And how do you cross? A shot from death to Symmetry makes it so. That is a young player showing great brains. It's every shot required. Foot finally gets a fight on this A site. Look at the stack out of the gate here.
Well, you tell yourselves now, Fury are just going to go back to what was working, right? They're going to go back to that B hit. I think that is the problem with this type of a scoreline. The whole game is leaning against you. Fury are the ones still controlling this game. They decide where the rounds end up. And so sure, the simplest solution might just be to go back to B. It's Furia who get to decide that. And with an opener from Morodoy, the round really opens up. They could do anything. They're favored regardless. 5v4, mid-conceded. Xploud coming back in to try and clear this. He's going into hostile territory. You have no clear picture where this round is ending. Flash around the corner. Thankfully, Keserato actually cops it, and so Xploud doesn't get punished.
Smoke's so annoying. They wanted to recommit. There's 40 seconds. They have to change their tune on the fly. Up Cat instead into the captive.
Throwing an exec. Yuri plays out first. Double entry. Double set of openers. Falling with the next, and a clean sweep in the final round of the half. Nothing shy of impeccable from Furia. Couple of stumbles in there, right? This big Symmetry round, one round into a B stack, but other than that, this is a damn near perfect T-side leveled against the Foot squad.
Yeah, what a game out of Furia. To think it all started in round 3 with a fallen luck shot. Goes on to build a massive streak of 6 rounds in a row, 4 of which on that B site. And Furia end it in style. 8-4 offensive half here on Dust 2. And Xploud, he had his chances on B, multiple of them. It's been a great series, an even better tournament for him, but 2-9 at halftime. The bottom is falling out here for Foots. Can a pistol round invite them back into this game?
Whoa. Aggression right off the rip out of Yakindar and Morodoy, and they're rewarded for it. 3 players convene out towards the catwalk. Morodoy still a threat down here in the lower tunnels. That dink at least gets him away, gives you a bit of room to work with. You're going in to the big daddy of Brazilian Counter-Strike, Fallen, stealing himself away, waiting for the moment to strike. Can't find a thing. Krebeni gets one mid-air. And that is going to give a bomb plant over. You feel like you need this pistol round if you want a second chance, if you want a new lease on life.
He couldn't be better set for it. Oh, careful. X-File backs up, doesn't want luck to be the deciding outcome. Furia renegotiate with Spawn, 2 players coming up. Serato still needs value from his long position to keep pressure on, or his team cannot scale. Flashes land in their face, but wait, in the sight, but they hit their shots when they're called upon. 3-on-1, shut down here by Foot. This game is back on. That's despite Yakinda's double up in mid. Unreal.
It's it, guys.
Every reason for Foot to crumble, they do not.
You just got to grab hold of this now, right? This kind of second chance that you've afforded yourself, and you cannot let go. One slip up, one mistake, and this game can fall out from under you. Perfection being demanded of Foot. A young squad, a young roster. Having to dig deep. They want to make the finals tomorrow.
BO5, they've already won one this year. That was in a studio. These are different stakes. Different level of pressure versus one of Counter-Strike's most experienced players today. Owen has more maps than all of these players on LAN combined. This is their 5th arena game. Right now they look to bring it back in the second half.
We talk about kind of the life-changing nature of what this would mean for Foot. It's the idea that this would nearly double the prize winnings for this entire team. Were they able to lift the trophy? But even then, you know, I think you sometimes see these plucky runs from new squads, from underdogs. And they don't make a final, but they leave a bit of an impression in the playoffs. And sure, it makes you think there's potential there, but you get to a final at an event like EWC, and it kind of becomes undeniable. People have to start prepping for you, have to start taking you very, very seriously. The whole world sits up and notices. Not even that long ago, this was an academy squad. Now looking to go blow for blow with the biggest names in Counter-Strike.
We've noted them on this come up, right? We've offered them the chance to be a playoff run team. They've always fallen just short, just shy. Won Pro League finals in the top 4, but for the most part, dodging those playoff spots, losing those final qualifying games. And now to sit just a few rounds away from the BO5 final. It's a very different position here. Foot have finally put themselves within reach of glory. But we're just awaiting Furia's gun round. This one is clean, easy. It was always gonna be. Now comes the test.
Mollido AWP online in the first rifle round of this CT side. And he was hoping to put it to work right away. That molly denies his peek out from the catwalk. For how long, that's the question.
call, man.
And you're really just going to try and do it straight back to Furia. It was these mid-to-Bs all throughout that early string of rounds.
Here they come.
Util in, foot hit the go button. Yakindar hoping to play through, hoping to cause chaos in the back line. That is massive damage out of Yakindar. Still keeping the pressure on, softening them up for Keserato. They go into his house now, but he only gets out with one of them. Two low players, bomb planted. Foot ready themselves as this retake looms.
Tunnel is a massive reposition here for Molodoi. He's got players available to him. They've used all their util in defense. Fallen keeps the pressure on, buys room for Molodoi, who must make a move, but the kill comes to him. Fallen out window, finished off on this B site. Furia pick up a retake on the hardest site in the game.
I just want a sinking feeling, right? Foot, that's a stark reminder of just how tricky they found that throughout the entire first half, right? Unable to make those B retakes happen outside of the one round where they had a full stack there ready to go. Furia get it done at the first time of asking. Yeah. B is closed. You're not going to get him for free. These post plants are not a guarantee to a round win. They're going to make you work for it.
I do love the call still for Foot. The fact they have the gall to just walk down in through the mid-smoke, knowing your kid is late on rotation in that first gun round. It's not going to start middle with a rifle. But still have some tricks left. They're just running out of room. This is too close to call. They have money in case things go wrong off the back of their clean anti-ecos. That is the reward. 2 5 alive rounds, keep them stable here, even into the next. Never got this mid-fight. Oh, he might today. Wall bang. Molodoi wants more. That's good info for Molodoi, knowing he hit a tag. Sees the blood on the wall. Still early in their default, but with 4 players on Cat, that temptation to execute right there. Look like they're going to just grab it.
Molodoi move back over on a perfect timing. Orb gets himself online in time, and Molodoi just gets to pick players out of the round on this cross. Fallen now syncs up for the defense, and another keen double kill from Fallen on the hold. Jugs left in the 1v3, and with layers of defense making their presence known out towards long, it was always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, the kid that hid that entire time. He got burned out, didn't get a kill, didn't show his hand, let Fallen and Molodoi do the work. And I got to say, Molodoi, what a great time to hit some banging shots. Never really know what you're going to get from this young AWP presence, but today he's showing up.
And we're hitting crunch time now for Foot, right?
Yeah, this is
They gave
round.
themselves a second chance, winning that pistol to start this half, but this is the round that decides it all. You know, the taller the mountain, the taller to the challenge you have to overcome, or the more impressive the climb if you're able to get there. This is an in-form Furia. Can Foot match them? Yakindar flashed into middle. Opener found in a 5v4. Pressure looking for that trade. Well, Keserato gets the exact move he was hoping for.
Yeah, they called he got out of there. He smoked, he left. So Keserato, a little surprise in lower tunnels. Demon still hit a bit of a gap, but it looks like Molodoi is not letting his eyes off this position. Smoke comes down, shuts the door on this round. A dink for Fallen, who continues to impress. And even though Demons walk through, Molodoi's gonna miss it. Timing goes astray. Demon forces him back from a 3v5.
Demon's handed you one hell of a chance. Oh! But you're gonna realize this opportunity. Cemetery doesn't want it to be in vain. Bomb now planted. Keserato and Yuri, it's the fangs of Furia. The OG duo at the very heart of this squad, but they're gonna ride it off. They want no part to play in this retake. That double from Demon.
Wow.
That kill from Symmetry out towards Long. That's enough to win it.
It was all going so well. They had 5v3, fallen 1 damage on Long on Jukes, but Molodoi goes to help him out as he gives up the line. They weren't even close to fallen. Molodoi looks away from the smoke, and it costs Furia the round. Worst possible scenario here, as Furia had all the plays to break Foot in 2. They are still here. Whoa. Extremely tense down the stretch. Fury another timeout. Can you believe it's their first one used? I mean, everything went to plan in that T side. They come around hit as soon as they got it here in this second half.
Yeah, up until now, everything felt like it was going according to plan. You could stomach the pistol, you could stomach the conversions. What you can't stomach is a 3v5 turnaround from Foot.
Yeah.
Right as crunch time hits.
I mean, if Furia were to lose this game, you just think they had them where they wanted them. 10-7 in a 5v3 as the favored team with the experience. Well, now their money is susceptible.
You know, there's layers to winning, right? Sometimes your opponent doesn't show up. Sometimes you're having a really good day. Sometimes it's a mixture of the two. But right now, this, as we've seen throughout the entire series, it's an informed Furia. It's Foot having to rise to the occasion. And that's the unknown quantity.
Again, found the gap.
But if they are able to get there, it makes this win all the more impressive.
We're ready for that.
Opener for Krabeni, trying to play with this great timing. Symmetry's got the cover.
Off with your head.
And with the A-site faltering, with all this control lost, there is nothing left to play for in this round. We are down to a one-round game.
And individuals have come through in this T-side for Foot, that's for sure, right? We've seen some 3v5s out of them in the pistol in the last round as well, but what a couple of calls Krabeni's given us. The walk through the smoke on the mid to be, yes, it doesn't work, but it put them in a good position. And this one as well, straight up catwalk with the killing blow. Foot go to finish the job. Yuri's gonna save something. But this is that one-round game that you mentioned. Foot refused to choke. They gasp for air. Trying to will this comeback. So here we go, Furia. What have you got? This has not been a team shy of making plays in this series. Playing as the favorite, playing to win. They've left B open. Heard that. Oh, can't dodge that though. Yuri 4-11.
I had a horrible time here on Dust 2, but a chance. Dead on that smoke push. X-Cloud never took his eyes off it.
Return to sender. You should hunt these guns.
And we are watching in real time Foot level up at the tail end of a semi-final.
Just had every reason to crumble in this third map. They've lost 5 out of the last 6 games on Dust 2. But here at EWC, everything is changing for Foot. They know the value that just one kill offers here. Smart from Yakinda not to repeat. Furia maintain money. But can they maintain this lead? Because that's a second timeout now as this game gets tense.
I think it's really interesting to see on the cameras. Foot are always a team that is super high energy. They celebrate a hell of a lot. They celebrate for every inch of ground they get in a game, but we are not seeing that right now. You need to have a steely mentality, a laser focus. These final few rounds, as you close in on the opportunity of a lifetime, it's all about keeping those nerves in check. Not letting the occasion sweep you away. Because sure, you've tied this game up, but the job is not done yet.
Far from it. Many teams have come close. Finishing the job is a whole different beast. The buy comes in. And Foot go for the knockout blow. They were looking for it there. They wanted that pick off the orb. Furia, they don't know that that one smoke in the B tunnels has saved their life. So Foot must look elsewhere. Re-smoke on B. No more available. Furia cannot stop or block a play on this B site. Serato holds the final Molotov. Fallen makes a play on long. Clear out. The picture's building. Furia might have an idea of what's coming, but can they stop it? These two Fangs must sink deep into Foot.
Here's the push. Yuri, big chunk of damage. Serato, his time to shine now. Pressure on him from all sides. Serato doesn't crumble. One more man will be too much to handle. Demon holding for re-aggression. Could get caught with util pulled, but doesn't think second of it. Just drops those in. Trying to buy a few more seconds. Fulham making noise on the backstab. They push out through the doors. They go into this crossfire. Missed shot from Molodoy. 15 seconds, time running real low. You got to plug this bomb in. They made the peak. Demon gets him. And Foot are moving into the lead. This is shocking. A first half dominated by Furia. The only team to be fully competitive on all three maps. And Foot are coming alive. Foot are leveling up. Victory feels like it is right there and up for the taking.
Unbelievable round out of Foot. Furia try everything they can to stop that bomb from going down. The Fallen fake pressure. Yakinda through the smoke. Molodoy hits a leg shot with the AWP. None of that is enough. All in for Furia.
Remember how this series started? Tie game, 11-all on Ancient. Furia forced, risked it all on that buy. Well, this time they're around behind. The force comes from desperation. This is their grasp. They're desperate, clutching at the straws to try and save themselves in the semi. Yakinda are blind, seen crossing there out towards the car. Molly falls at his feet and there's no smoke to get rid of that, so that's a free kill, a free entry.
Not done yet. Molodoy's in the sight.
Yuri here with him. But you need Molodoy now more than ever. This was the guy that really caused the uptick for Furia. Need him to deliver because he's your only hope. 1v2. Does Molodoy have it in him? Round the corner, first shot lands, and everyone in the arena's crossing their fingers, but he can't do it. 4-12, they've got two chances to close.
Grand finals are right there for the taking. An 8-4 lead. 2 5v3s. What more could Furia need? They said this side of the bracket was open for business, open for the taking. Well, the favorites fell in the other half, and Furia might join them. Once again, Another year running, EWC might welcome an underdog into those grand finals. Can Foot seize that opportunity? A broken buy, brittle for Furia, no AWP or Molodoi. And they must make it work. What a step up from Foot in this third map.
You've just been running on pure adrenaline. Your heart is racing because the thing that you've dreamed of is a round away.
And that surge off the shot, does it tell you something? Is that B site weakened? K-Serato, he's been the one delivering on this side of the map. Yuri's had a stinker. Time after time, K-Serato's doubles have not been enough to hold the B site. Doesn't it just feel poetic to see Foot finish on that side of the map? It's where Furia bullied them all T-side long. It's got to be tempting. All of this comeback while X-Cloud still sits at bottom of the board. He has been the front runner for Foot throughout this Paris performance. But here in the semi-final, his team step up around him. The new boy on this squad, showing what it's like to be a part of the team. And as this push comes in, sure, you have a flank, but if Foot go ahead, they dodge it entirely.
Fallen. Here's that util. And that at least gives Fallen the tell. This backstab, it has to do everything. Anything short of a multi-kill here won't be enough. Fallen with two, Molodoi fighting back alongside him. And is this the massive sigh of relief that Furia were looking for? 5v2 turn 5v1. Grabeni in a box. Iced out in the spawn. Furia still a fight left in them. They're not about to roll over and die. This one is going the distance.
Enough's enough, say Furia. They were making plays all series long. They were not afraid of getting aggressive to make that push happen. With tournament point against you, your lifeline about to go. And Furia make the risky move, it pays off.
Feels like there's only so many times we can say this, but now this is the ultimate test for Foot. Because up until now, you have been riding one hell of a high. This is a setback. Is this the knock before the fall? Or do they once again shock the world and rise to the occasion?
Just looking at the spawn here, it's got to be so tempting. Symmetry on the AWP has the best B spawn. Don't you just want to put that in position? Don't you want to scope up and hope Furia make a mistake? It's got to be tempting. Foot's timeout elapsed. He won't take it. Foot look further afield. The pressure smoke forces a lot of util out early in this round. Furia just have to dump what they've got in this B-bomb site for fear of losing it instantly. Look at what it's done to the minimap. Drawn 3 players to the wrong position. Molodoi does not have an AWP to defend from an A play. Furia understandably shaky on the most punishing side of the map. But Foot are going out long.
Aggressive moves being made here.
Keep it up.
Gives you an opening. Long control taken, Foot a man down, but they are moving very, very quickly. Eyes set on this A play. And no matter how fast Furia move, they will struggle to disrupt this. Eyes make it across. K-Serato with a gap on this smoke. Reinforcements now arriving, Fallen softening them up. Players start to disintegrate left and right for Foot, and the gap on that smoke only makes matters worse. Flash on through as Furia come knocking, looking for extra time. And this was always the looming danger, that ever-present threat. If there's one thing the Brazilians say about Furia, it's that they don't give up.
Not without some overtime. Foot had their chance. They had their opportunity. Well, now they have to do it again and again. Furia dig deep, money relieving here in OT. Molodoy's going to get his orb. Demon brings pace, a bit of freedom here with the promise of more rounds to play. And so Foot can get aggressive, but that goes both ways. Molodoy pushes in.
Thing to watch out for here, though, this is where that adrenaline that's kind of been fueling you up until now, this is where that turns to nerves, right? You're going to be shaky, you're going to be twitchy. And these are feelings that Foot are having to contest with for the very first time in these circumstances. Molodoy down in towards lower tunnels. This is a guy who's been no stranger to the pressures of these stage games. Looked like he was someone that would throw them off, right? We all remember Istana, his debut event, had some good runs in playoffs, but it was at majors for this guy where that pressure's consistently gotten to him. He knows how Foot are feeling. No! But spammed out at the start of this round. It's an advantage for Foot at the dawn of OT.
Do they play with him there? Everybody jiggling, no one committing. Molodoy barely dies. Flank does come through. They know where Foot are going. It's a fantastic couple of grenades. Touchdown on the face of Foot, and the backstab is in as well. Fallen still putting up performances, but that bomb has made it in.
Brief moment of silence and a double kill out towards short. You thought they were going to try and lend your Kindar some time. They've left him in it all alone. Spot Cemetery, but he's got support. Demon holds from the cross. Demon swings. Kindar now with the info, something to play with. Demon backs his aim on a wide swing out through the catwalk. And the first in OT firmly belongs to Foot.
It's one thing to do it, it's another thing to do it after Furia come back and force overtime with 2 rounds against them. That was just a nuke on shorts. Foot get obliterated.
Let's go!
But Demon and Cemetery drag them through that first round of OT. One OT timeout granted per team, used by Coolio.
I mean, he's been with the core of these guys since their first steps into the server.
You wouldn't, would you?
Are they really going to run it back with a B here? Is that what they've come down to on the back of that pause? Bit of disrespect as they completely changed the pace on this one. Queserato flashed in, but only good for a 1-for-1 on that peak. Leaves it down to a retake. We've seen how hard these have been all across Dust too. But it was Furia able to pull these off earlier on. So they have another B-side retake in them. Util getting lobbed down. That buys you precious time for Foot. Seeing them not look for the most standard post plants. This is a team that like to scrap, like to brawl, and it's not hard to see why. Save called for Molodoy, because you've got to start thinking about your money, Furia. If you want an orb going forward, it has to survive now. Molodoy heads for the hills. Foot with 2 in overtime. Can they make this a clean sweep?
This young team decided to go down fighting. Unreal call off the pause. The first full B-rush of the game, and they do not stop, they do not slow down. Send it into this site. And I bet Furia wish they started their overtime on the T side. It was going so well back in regulation. But Foot have powered up. They look for this clean half. Queserato taking an AWP and taking a spawn. We've got double up here for Furia. Molodoy's going to try and keep the fights coming. Flink connects! And off with your head again.
Considering all the effort that went into saving that AWP, that is not how Molodoy imagined this last round on the CT side would pan out.
He's still ready for Queserato though, because he can still hit shots in this position. Foot need to throw their cross smokes in. They might be lackadaisical because they killed the orb, but there's another head to this beast.
Serrato's been the guy for Furia across this tournament. Will his secondary orb be enough? Can he be the difference maker? They're demanding a hell of a lot of their star. And Foot don't respect it. They run right through. A flawless half is right in front of them. 4v2 left to find. Yakinda shut down. And Yuri's been quiet across this entire third map. Right now, not feeling like the man for the job. Two players waiting. They know he's under the pressure. They wait for him to come swinging. It's all in vain. But keep giving themselves more and more chances at those finals.
And Furia have had theirs. 8-4 lead, 5v3 in the pistol. 10-7 lead, 5v3 in the gun round that would have broken Foot. But Foot have broken through. An incredible comeback for a team that has barely seen the stage. And a clean sweep in overtime. Foot sharpen their guillotine here in Paris. And look to decapitate Furia with a flawless streak. But is it ever that easy?
You're leaving it all to this long take. Krapeni with an entry. No trade found. This is one of the rawest, one of the realest, one of the wildest underdog stories that we've had in a very long time, and it's been legit. Besting Mouse, and now looking to get one over on an in-form Furia, who were favorites to make that final tomorrow. A core that believed in each other from their humble beginnings in their academy roster. A shocking change, the addition of xCloud, who has been in fantastic form across the tournament, slotting in like it was meant to be. And now just 3 kills away from the dream of a final tomorrow. Molidoy gonna find the first, but look at those rotates. Foot are not second-guessing themselves here. They know the tricks. They've seen this from Furia. They know where this is ending. This is the final push. Out come Furia into the crossfires. Molidoy is doing everything he humanly can to keep them in this. One back from Yuri. And so it falls now onto the shoulders of Demon. The weight of this on his shoulders. First in, last out. Yuri gets rid of him. More rounds required.
And how is that the round that Furia find? How is that the round that keeps them on this stage for another at least? A straight up 3v5 with all positions known. And one by one they isolate Foot in that B-bomb site. They are not done with them yet. An ugly, ugly ending to that one. Foot still have 2 chances.
Again, we saw what happened when they took the stumble in regulation, right? That one round came through for Furia, then a blanket of them.
I'm very scared here.
They're going to get dealt another one of these B plays by the looks of things, and this was the way in for Furia in that first half.
xCloud got legged on the cross. This is a weakened B site. Furia pounce.
Jukes with the first. xCloud trading on his contact. It's a nice set of openers, but Fallen and Co trying to turn the tide, and again it ends even 2v2. They know they've got Fallen out here in middle. And they might just have to deal with him before they begin this retake. He's in behind enemy lines. They find the veteran. Now it's on to Molidoy. 1v2. And he's feeling pressure to try and thin the herd. He's feeling pressure to try and turn this into a 1v1, so it all becomes a game of timings, a game of chance, and they beat him to the punch. Out the door, can Molidoy really do it? No, he is gone! And at the second time of asking, Demon provides that clutch. Foot stun the world. They beat back Furia. They battle their their way to a grand final. And up against overwhelming odds the entire time, we watch as this young team, youngest at the tournament, level up in real time to get to a final.
So many times in this third map you were ready to write them off, that you thought this would be a Furia finish, another final from the team that just made it all the way in Cologne, but cut down at the end of Dust 2 by the young, plucky underdogs. Their first grand final in an arena tomorrow, a best of 5 to prove themselves. And what an unbelievable show of resilience from this squad. Foot are here, Foot are legit, Foot forged their way to this final.
And that's what Counter-Strike is all about right there. Not 5 household names, not the big men that you've come to expect, but it's Foot battling through, showing grit and determination.
Oh, wow, 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 what a game here at the STC Arena. Foot take down 2-1 Furia. Ex-Flout Zafarishin Tebrikler. Congratulations for this insane win. I imagine you must feel incredible. There was clutches. You guys came back on Dust 2, then overtime. What are you the most proud of on this game?
I don't know, I'm still shaking because that was a close game. I think first map was smooth, but second and third was very hard for us to, close the game. But we have like good team. I don't know, like last map I was fully off, but my team is just doing so good. Demon is so good.
It doesn't matter, the kills, etc. Once you get the win. Première question, comment tu te sens après cette victoire incroyable face à Furia? J'en tremble encore, j'ai un peu de mal à régler mes émotions. On aurait pu forcément conclure un peu plus tôt cette 2-2. J'ai pas trop bien joué sur la dernière map, mais mes teammates m'ont carry. And I wanted to ask you, because your IGL told me last time that this is your first big stage together. Yet you're playing against one of the most legendary names of CS in front of 7,000 people. So how does that feel? How do you guys beat the pressure?
I think we are not beating the pressure, we are just accepting it's the pressure and we are just trying to enjoy it. There is sometimes we are struggling, but still we enjoy it. It's so good.
I mean, you guys are bringing up the good vibes on stage and we can see that for sure. Deuxième question, comment vous arrivez à battre la pression comme ça devant 7000 personnes, devant l'un des noms les plus légendaires de CS Furia? Franchement, on la bat pas. Cette pression, on l'accepte juste, on sait que ça fait partie du jeu et on apprend même